Good evening and welcome. Welcome to the December 12th, 2022 meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. We are glad you've decided to join this evening. Established by state law, our Planning Commission is composed of 7 volunteer voting age residents of Menlo Park, appointed to 4-year terms by our City Council. Our Planning Commission is not a policy setting body. That's the City Council. We are a policy implementing body. We review development proposals on public and private lands for compliance with our city's general plan and zoning ordinance. These can be found on the city's website. The Commission reviews all development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, variance, minor subdivision, and environmental review associated with these projects. The Commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The Commission also serves as a recommending body to the City Council for major subdivisions, rezonings, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and the environmental reviews and below market rate or BMR housing agreements associated with those projects. We work in close partnership. We greatly rely on the staff of our city's planning division, which is responsible for coordinating the enforcement of the city's zoning ordinance and related policies concerning applications for residential, commercial, and industrial development projects. If this is your first time joining a Planning Commission meeting this evening, we are very glad you have decided to be here, and we encourage your active participation, whether you're an applicant or an interested member of the public. This is a hybrid meeting. We have some commissioners and staff in council chambers and some participating on Zoom. We are still working out the intricacies of toggling back and forth, so please bear with us this evening if there are any glitches. I will now turn to our clerk this evening, Matt Pruder, to explain how members of the public can participate during public comment periods this evening. Mr. Pruder.
Thank you, Chair Riccardi, and good evening, Planning Commissioners, members of the public. Regarding the procedures for tonight's Planning Commission meeting, the commissioners will have their webcams on for the duration of the meeting. And for those participating by presenting on an item for tonight's agenda, we kindly ask that you turn on your microphone and webcam during your presentation for your item. A member of staff will assign you keyboard and mouse controls if you are displaying a presentation. We then kindly ask that you turn off your webcam and microphone when done with the presentation portion of your item, unless called upon by the chair. During the public comment period for each item, members of the public will have an opportunity to share the comments or questions that they have by clicking on the hand icon on their Zoom interface, upon which staff will introduce you and activate your microphone. Alternatively, for those who are calling by phone on this Planning Commission meeting this evening, please press *9 on your keypad to notify staff that you have a comment. For any members of the public who are sharing a Zoom account or phone line with another commenter during this meeting, please inform staff at the start of your public comment, and staff will ensure that the other commenter will be able to speak after you finish your comment. With that said, I hand it back to you, Chair Riccardi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pruder. We'll turn to agenda item B, that's roll call. I'll ask each commissioner to put themselves on video, unmute, and announce their presence this evening, beginning with Commissioner Barnes.
Good evening. I didn't realize I had my video off. Good evening to everyone. Thank you, Chair Riccardi. Looking forward to tonight's meeting.
Welcome. Good evening. Commissioner Doe.
Present.
Vice Chair Harris.
Present.
Commissioner Riggs.
Present.
Commissioner Schindler.
Present.
Commissioner Tate.
Present.
I am here, Chair Chris Riccardi. My pronouns are he, him. We have all 7 commissioners with us this evening. We'll now turn to item C, reports and announcements with Acting Principal Planner Karina Sandmeyer. Ms. Sandmeyer.
Yeah, good evening, Chair Riccardi and Commissioners. I don't have any updates, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Ms. Sandmeyer at this point in the evening from any commissioners? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item D, which is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the commission on any subject not listed on the agenda this evening. Each speaker may address the commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it's helpful. The commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up tonight under public comment other than to provide general information. And to run public comment, I will turn it back to Mr. Pruder.
Thank you again, Chair DeCardi. At this time, I do see one hand raised. So I'm happy to go ahead and start the public comment period at this time.
Sounds great.
All right, thank you. And it appears the first person we have goes by the name of Jenny Michelle. I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself shortly, but if you could please provide your name and your jurisdiction in the record as you start your comment, it'd be greatly appreciated. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioner, staff, neighbors, members of the public. My name is Jenny Michelle from the Coleman Place Neighborhood Block. In advance of my writing housing element comments before the December 19th public comment period deadline, I have a few comments about this non-agendized item. I encourage all of us to read and comment before that date, please. 1, what works in other cities are 10-minute neighborhoods. Why doesn't the city call out what works and tie together how we're performing those same actions? Like, for example, Middlefield at Willow no longer has late for the train or Sunset that could be used by the public to serve our various community use needs. We failed to address changes to retail stability in the marketplace and what the city is doing to combat these zones that are now almost exclusively office product. SRI had a cafeteria and gym, but no access for the public. See? 2, can the website or staff point us to where in the report we analyze the housing in District 5? We spend a lot of time digging into District 1, but we fail to get into the weeds with our neighbors who have extremely low density SFR use and likewise a low pollution burden score like West Menlo South, West Menlo North, Allied Arts Stanford South, Velton Gables, Sharon Heights, the Willows West, VA Medical District, South Seminary, Vintage Oaks. 3, concerned about the lack of analysis of the impact of the voter initiative. What is the city doing to perform outreach to neighbors who are not in alignment with understanding and being driven to support our housing development obligations and needs? Can we instruct staff to look at this important reflection point for half of our electorate? With recent events in the city of San Mateo, I'm concerned that by allowing discord to occur in our neighborhoods, we will start to bleed this into our civic life. Case in point is the Linfield Oaks neighborhood that is looking at exciting developments with the SRI and USGS campuses, but neighbors are still fighting density. A lot of political work must be done to address this. Delta. 4, Sharon Heights Stanford is the ground lessor and has several ground leases rolling back up to them in 2025 in the commercial zoned areas on Sand Hill Road near Rosewood. Who within the city is making contact with them and collaborating on that? 5, why wasn't Sharon Heights Golf and Country Club mentioned in the housing element? I saw Stanford Golf Course, but not ours in our zoning district. We need to address that. 6, also, we don't mention that there's a high-end resort with spa in the commercial district. We need to call it our use. 7, we're missing jobs to housing growth ratio data, looking at that data from several different angles to understand the production and the load that we've added on ourselves over the year over year for the last 40 years. Brokers can simply run that report in their database. 8, we continue to add this imbalance of jobs to housing. The city does not take an aggressive stand to combat this chronic issue, which is at the heart of all of our problems. Why are there no buses around except for the Dutch Goose? And transport in the Sharon Heights is performed by vehicle. What's the plan for bike lanes? I think that's probably my hand, but or my time. But thank you so much. I really appreciate all your work, and I'm so grateful to be a resident of.
Thank you.
At this time, I do not see any other hands raised, but I would like to take this opportunity to notify members of the public in person if they would like to come speak in front of the dais. They are welcome to do so as well. I still see no hands virtually.
All right, we will go ahead and close item D, public comment. We'll move to item E, which is the consent calendar. With the consent calendar, the first thing is to ask if any commissioner would like to pull the single item E1 from the consent calendar this evening. All right. Then I am looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar this evening.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Riggs,
so moved.
thank you. And thank you for drawing my attention. I have to look left, right, and straight ahead. So we have a motion to approve the consent calendar. Do we have a second?
I can second.
A second from Vice Chair Harris. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, we'll begin with Commissioner Barnes,
Yes.
Commissioner Doe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs,
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler,
Will abstain as I was absent from that meeting.
Commissioner Tate.
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Consent calendar is approved with 6 yeses and 1 abstention. And we will now close item E. We'll now move to item F, public hearing 1 this evening. This is to consider and adopt a resolution to deny a variance to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces from 2 compliant spaces to 1 compliant space, and to approve a use permit to demolish an existing 1-story single-family residence and construct a new 2-story residence on a substandard lot with regard to minimum lot width in the R1U single-family urban residential zoning district at 715 Laurel Avenue. Determine this action is categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15303's class 3 exemption for new construction of small structures. The project includes an attached ADU, which is a permitted use. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi and Commissioners. I do not have anything to add to the staff report this evening, but I'm open for questions.
Any questions of staff before we move forward right now? Commissioner Riggs.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, was the applicant informed regarding privacy considerations for second floor windows?
With regard to the sill height,
Well, as you'll
Or-
recall, we have several options for addressing neighbor privacy, of which sill height was, I think, one of 4. Yes, that subject.
yes, it was mentioned throughout the review process. Did offer some comments regarding, sill height or some of the other sort of standard mitigation measures that we offer applicants.
And did the applicant find these not consistent with their project?
It's gone through a couple iterations. I believe they made some changes. I believe they raised the sill height initially, but not to 3 feet, which we usually recommend.
Is it fair to say that the issue was not resolved at the planning division level?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff before we move ahead? Okay, is there a presentation from the applicant, Mr. Turner?
Yes, the applicant is here, both in person and virtually. They have a presentation.
That's a trick. Welcome. Please come forward to the, and you can make sure the microphone's working for you. Yeah.
Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Hi, my name is Jackson Lindsay. I am the project manager for 715 Laurel Avenue. And I'm joined by the principal of the architecture firm that I work at, Design Draw Build. Tyler Kobik is here on Zoom, and that's how we do the one-on-one. I'm speaking on behalf of our clients, Vineet Mehta and Karishma Sharma. And I want to thank the Planning Commission for having us here and Chris for all the work that we've worked together to get this project to this point. Our clients have lived at 715 Laurel Avenue since 2012, but with their 2 daughters growing up, they have outgrown the existing home. The client's family has come to be rooted in the neighborhood and want to continue growing with the community. The client has decided to rebuild on the existing lot, building a new home that is designed around crafting a creative environment, sharing their love of chamber music and traditional chants. Did we lose the slides or?
Vaughn. There we go.
And could we go to the next slide, please? The home is designed around 2 ideas, creating an open shared space for the family's creative pursuits that seamlessly blends indoors and out. Next slide, please. And you can go one more, please. And providing more space for the family and visiting grandparents. Next slide. The home honors a lot of the existing context of the neighborhood and the current home on the property. The new proposed project mostly follows the footprint of the existing home, adding a second story to give the family more space. You can see the existing home on the bottom and the proposed footprint above. By carrying forward the same footprint of the existing home, we maintain as much of the existing front and rear yards as possible, including protecting all of the existing mature oak trees on and next to the property. You can see the 3 of them in the sort of bottom corners and then on the far side. Next slide, please. The second floor matches the 2-story massing of the 2 neighboring properties at 711 Laurel and 719 Laurel. Despite being required to raise the floor due to FEMA floodplain requirements, the project complies with the daylight planes on both sides, tapering the roof down to allow for the passage of light. Next slide, please. And one more. To address privacy, we have worked to maintain privacy in both side yards, including facing any of the larger class areas away from those side yards. As you can see at the rear there, that's set back significantly from the side yards. That's sort of the L shape. And utilizing clerestories in many places that have higher sill heights. We have striven to include sill heights that are at or close to the 3-foot threshold that Chris mentioned to us. Next slide, please. Speaking on the variance, to best maintain the existing footprint of the home, we have requested 1 variance from the planning code with the goal to maintain the street front character of the neighborhood. Following the planning code for parking requires the home to either have a large 2-car garage or be shifted back several feet to accommodate a parking space in front of the home. Next slide. This is in contrast to the existing pattern of development of the neighborhood, and complying with this ordinance would push our proposed design further into the backyard. Next slide, please. Obstructing light access to the neighboring yards and creating a gap in the house frontages along Laurel Avenue. We've collected a selection of a few of these houses here to show that sort of existing pattern that we are trying to maintain, including the existing home on the property at 715 Laurel. Next slide, please. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal. We look forward to your comments.
Thank you. Go ahead and stay there for a second. We'll see if we have any follow-up questions immediately from any commissioners before we turn to public comment. All right, seeing none, why don't you go ahead and take a seat for a moment? We'll turn to public comment and then come back to the dais with any questions or comments.
Excuse me, my name's Tyler Kovic, the principal of the firm. Do you mind turning on my video or allowing me to turn my video on, please?
I apologize. I didn't realize that there was the second part. So, Mr. Kovic, please.
Thank you, everyone, tonight. Jackson, nice presentation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kovic, did you want to add to the presentation or should I move to public comment?
No, I'm just here to be on video for public comment. I think Jackson wrapped it up nicely and just here to support the comment and the question period.
All right, terrific. Thank you very much. So with that, I'll turn to Mr. Pruder for public comment for this item.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. This time I see no hands raised, but as a reminder, members of the public that are virtually attending can press the hand icon, or if they're calling by phone, *9, and we can allow you to speak for public comment. And if any members of the public in the council chambers this evening would like to speak, they're welcome to come up at this time, as well as fill out a comment card. I don't see any hands raised, so we can wait a moment if you'd like.
Still none?
I still see no hands raised. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll bring it back to the physical and virtual joint dais for commissioners' comments, questions, and ultimately a motion. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. Through the chair, a question to both staff and applicant potentially. I don't recall reading outreach, feedback on outreach to neighbors nearby referenced in the report. I just am curious as to whether there was outreach, what it was, and what kind of response, if any, was received. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll start that answer. I think that might be a better question for the applicant. I didn't receive any direct feedback from neighbors on this project. So I believe there were some conversations with neighbors that the applicant can speak to.
Hi, yes, we did reach out to the neighbor with a number of letters over the past week. I believe that's why it maybe did not make it into the staff report as that was written previously, but we did send out letters to a number of neighbors as well as work directly with one of the neighboring properties at 711 Laurel to ensure that we provided proper privacy into their home. In particular, they had one portion of the home that they wanted to sort of protect views into.
Go ahead, Commissioner Schindler.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, could you expand on, I'm curious about the last part, just about the dialogue about protecting a privacy view, and were there modifications? You've mentioned them, some tweaks potentially were made. Are there modifications to what we've seen here today in response to that conversation?
In large part, that was reducing the windows on the south side of the home and sort of minimizing them and shifting them to the edges of the room so that if you were to look out, you would have to be on the far corner of the room to look out in the direction of their home. And we are also looking to probably reduce 2 of the windows off of that side so that most of the light is coming from clerestories and most of the windows are facing on the front or rear of the home.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think I have just one more. I think I also just wanted to say that I found a number of the design elements really refreshing. The green roof, the planters, the reflecting pool made me think about things I might want to do like that. So I enjoyed taking a look at those. I think my final question is just to better understand perhaps what the vision for use of the ADU was. I personally had visions of how complex it could be to get something like a sofa or a large mattress into the main living space and the bedroom of the ADU, taking it up a spiral staircase. So I was curious along those lines.
Is your question specific to just sort of the move-in process or sort of the living?
The broader question, just about visions for use.
May I speak, Jackson?
Yes, of course. I saw you were about to go there.
The clients have a close family member who lives abroad, their father who lives abroad, and he comes visits for a long period because it's a long plane flight across the world. And he stays with the family and is a mentor to the children, is a creative presence in the home. And I do believe, Jackson, we're going to have a door, possibly have a door accessible from the main space we're considering.
Yes.
So we'll possibly have a door accessible in the main space so that we'll be, so there can be interaction back and forth. But this space is understood as kind of a true kind of granny, but actually grandpa unit.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Vice Chair Harris.
Yeah, I think it's a very handsome project. And as far as the variance to reduce the allowed parking space from 2 to 1, I would be inclined to grant the variance versus the staff recommendation. So that's where I'm sitting.
Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. I'm heartened to hear that the adjacent neighbor had addressed the windows with you, and that's I think that's that resolves the concern that I had. And then I think the only other comment I would have, I mean, it's certainly attractive design, is that unfortunately, I have to support staff in both of their negative findings. I don't know how many projects you do in Menlo Park, but there are potentially several thousand lots that are 50-foot wide. And when they are remodeled, they pretty much always end up, if it's new construction, with a 2-car garage. And admittedly, it's not ideal to have a 16-foot driveway and a 20-foot automobile facade, but with narrow lots, that is pretty much what we get. So that is much more, by far, that is the standard of construction in our town. So just to signal in advance, I find the project acceptable, but not the variance. And through the chair, I guess I would seek what the applicant would prefer to have the project turned down, or to have the project approved with the modified site plan.
So question of the applicant.
I can speak, we, on behalf of Tyler and myself and the client, we would prefer to have the site plan approved with modification.
Well, thank you. In that case, I would like to move to approve the project to include the staff report's recommendation to accept the alternative site plan
So-
and make the use permit findings.
So essentially, there's a motion to approve as submitted by staff. And for clarification, the alternate site plan would be moving the whole project back. Is that correct, Mr. Turner?
That's correct. The applicant submitted an alternate site plan. Essentially, to become compliant, they would have to move the house back roughly 9 feet. An uncovered space, compliant uncovered space is 8.5 by 16.5, so they can fit it 8.5 feet back. That would be compliant.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a motion to approve as submitted by staff. Commissioner comments, questions, or looking for a second? Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair. I totally follow the logic that the findings can't be made for the requested variance. But in the aerial, I believe like right now, the house is aligned front and back with both houses. So I would
find it hard to kind of shoehorn this, to fit the parking in, and then the house is offset, and that was a clear intention to align. And also, I think right now there's a wooden deck or porch in the front. And I would guess that if you wanted to park the car in the front, like the driveway, concrete or asphalt would need to kind of take over that porch.
Yes.
And I'm just kind of struggling to support that change when the design intention is so clear.
The design intent certainly is hello, this is Tyler speaking. The design intent certainly is to make a porch that can be welcoming of the neighborhood, but be somewhat humble in the face of a two-story facade. And yes, we do believe that putting a parking space and more paved at grade surface in that location would kind of ruin that gesture. And that was the reason we came tonight to, request this variance, is that through the mix of trying to balance street presence, aligning the homes to their facades across lot, and creating a semi-open but humble porch that isn't too intrusive, we felt that it was worth our time to come and request the variance, and that it made sense with the neighborhood patterns and a lot of the contextual responses we wanted to make to the neighborhood, and the attempts to make this kind of modern home with an offset front porch that still was welcoming for trick-or-treaters or neighbors, or relations that the client has developed over the last 10 years.
Thank you.
We have a first. We've had some good comments and questions. Any other commissioners at this point? I'll share my perspective on this. I completely agree with the intent and with trying to fit in with the neighborhood and trying to make a welcoming and a walkable community. In the broader picture, nobody on this commission would be surprised that I think it's a disaster that we have this as a rule, and that we have this mandatory parking. And I hope city council members are listening, because we should adjust this. However, I am inclined to agree with Commissioner Riggs, which is we have rules as they are set. We are a policy implementing body, and it's hard for me to understand the unique hardship, which is a singular hardship faced by your client in this lot relative to others. And so far, from both the staff report and the discussion and the questions, which have been great, I can't get there. So in order to approve the variance, we have to come up with a finding that was unique and a unique hardship, and I simply can't do that right now. So pending further discussion or explanation, I would be inclined to support the staff report as presented, approving the project, denying the variance. I'm sorry, if you'd like to come forward, and you are the. Yeah.
This is a client, Vineet.
Yeah,
Yes.
by all means, of course. Just come and please introduce yourself and by all means.
Thank you. My name is Vineet Mehta. I'm the client. To address Commissioner Riggs' concern, the need for a two-car garage was considered. To us, it's more important to have living space in the house rather than have room for parking cars. Cars are important, but for our lifestyle, it's not that important to have a roof over a car, as opposed to having a roof of our family and extended family. Yes, it is important to match the pattern of the neighborhood. And if you were to do the setback, it would actually achieve the opposite goal, which is, the rest of the houses on the street are aligned with the same line as our current proposal. And this will make it look like a gap in a tooth by pushing the house back. It will be clearly visible. So those are the two main reasons to not basically try to push things back. The other inconvenience that you mentioned, Commissioner DeCardi, it's mainly will be caused to our neighbors right now, because if the whole house gets pushed back, it will block more light into their backyard than our current proposal. Our neighbors are really important to us. They're actually dialed in, Richard and Leah. They are like faux grandparents to my girls, to the extent that when we rebuilt the fence between our house, they installed a tiny door just for the girls to go back and forth. We want to be mindful not only of their privacy, but also their well-being. And by pushing the house back, we'll just be blocking more light. So in all regards, our concern is that we will be making this change and serving no one well, except to maintain a certain standard, which is important. And I'm not questioning those standards, but at some point, a better sense of harmony and use is achieved by our current plan. So I asked the council to reconsider my comments, to consider my comments and revisit their decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philosophically, very persuasive to me as a commissioner. And I'm very open to any other commissioner crafting a finding that is unique hardship, if that's possible in this mix. Commissioner Riggs, you have your light on?
Yes, if I could only remember why I turned it on. I think it applied to possible alternative. Yes. I hesitate to jump on the alternative plan when it looks like it was provided as the most ready modification of a design that's already been cooked. And I wonder if the applicant and Mr. Kovic in particular would prefer time to reconsider the site plan in light of providing a second space in some other way than turning it 90 degrees in front of the front windows, which, by the way, has actually been done. Such a project has been approved in the last, I guess, 3 years. And I agree, it's not preferable. So if, for example, there were to be second thoughts about the site plan following an approval tonight with that condition, with the alternate plan, I believe you would have to come back for a use permit modification. Whereas if we continue the project, you would have the opportunity under the current application to further study the site plan and see if less of an impact is possible. So through the chair, I wonder if that might not be an option that the applicant might consider.
Our preference, or Tyler, I'm not sure if you wanted to jump in, but
No, please do. This is really Vineet's decision.
this is really Vineet's decision.
I believe so.
What's the question again?
Vineet, do you need explanation of what the implications here are?
Yeah, can you translate for me, Tyler?
Okay, Commissioner Riggs, it's my understanding that you're proposing, one, that we repropose the facade design to this body, or two, that if a conditional agreement is made in this meeting to accept the 8-foot shift back of the home, you're afraid that I believe that you're asking that that we may want more time to consider an alternate scenario. And it's my understanding from my client, but I'll leave this to you, Vineet, that time is certainly of the essence. But what would you like to do, Vineet?
Well,
under the presumption that a variance is not granted at this meeting, would you like to either accept the scenario of the red shift back that we showed as a diagram in in the presentation, or would you like us to revisit and represent to this body? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Riggs?
Okay,
Yes.
understood. To Mr. Riggs' question, look, we had considered many alternate scenarios, including the one where the parking spot, or there's a garage on the left side, including a two-car garage. Just for the record, we've been working on this project since March of 2021. So I think we have gone through multiple revisions of multiple concepts for this design. It was certainly not an attempt to say, okay, this doesn't work, why don't we just go with this? This required deliberate thought and planning to the point that the four of us, myself, my wife, Tyler, and Jackson, have been iterating on the design diligently for what's almost 21 months. And having considered to such a deep extent, no other variation, Mr. Riggs, was quite fitting the plan without literally tearing everything up. Like it involved putting staircases in places that didn't make sense, or splitting the garage, or if you were to put a two-car garage, the guest space would literally be minimized, because I understand your point about the 50-foot lot. And there have been plenty of houses with two-car garages and a room on the left. But the depth required would have pushed out all some of the other spaces that we have behind the garage. And there were just design implications that weren't working. And it would also basically push the footprint of the house back further on the backside, not allowing us to maintain the current L-shaped footprint of the house and just grow vertically.
Through the chair, I'd just like to clarify, we do not require a two-car garage. Just to clarify that.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Turner, I have a question for you, which is it possible to craft an approval of the variance based on the unique detriment to relationships with neighbors on both sides who would be potentially or presumably vehemently opposed to having a building slide back and disrupt their aesthetics with the neighborhood, or the sight lines, or the potential for this project to look in their backyard, or something along those lines?
It's a good question. I think those particular sorts of findings are more in line with use permit findings. In that it would disrupt, life, safety, morals, well-being of the neighborhood. They don't particularly mesh well from a variance finding standpoint.
What if the neighbor plugged up the little door in the fence as retribution to their enjoyment of their home?
Yeah,
You've answered it well, Mr. Turner. I did not mean to be tongue in
Okay,
cheek.
sorry, I didn't know if that was a real
No, it's,
question.
I appreciate your point on that. I'm searching, and I will leave it to other commissioners to try to do that work. Or we have a first on the table from Commissioner Riggs to approve as submitted by staff. So any other commissioner who is potentially interested in approving the variance, want to try to work on crafting language that can approve it? Because that's the absolute next thing would have to happen before entertaining a motion along those lines. So we might as well, if we're trying to get there, somebody should try to get there. And if not, then we need a second for Commissioner Riggs's or an alternate motion on something else. Vice Chair Harris.
To staff, can you explain that last little bit that you just explained why Chair DeCarty's idea would not work for a variance, but only for a use permit.
Yeah, so the use permit findings talk about, in order to grant a use permit, you have to find that the project would not be detrimental to health, safety, welfare, morals of the neighborhood or the city generally. Variance findings are very particular to physical hardships of the lot itself. There has to be, you have to basically make the finding that something about the way the lot's configured, or if there's like a physical barrier, like a boulder that you can't build around without not complying with standards, that's when a variance can be granted. So there's slightly different metrics for permits. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, through the chair, I think it's also a little different situation. The welfare, comfort, those findings for the use permit have to be made in the affirmative to grant the use permit. It wouldn't be a situation where a use permit is granted because there's discomfort by neighbors if it isn't granted. So there's the presumption that the zoning ordinance does not cause discomfort or harm to the general welfare. And so if there's an exception or a variance or something like that, then certain findings have to be made that there's no harm. I think as far as the findings that neighbors would be upset for a variance, I think one thing, I haven't heard that tonight, and I also don't think it's likely not legally supportable. If there are specific concerns, I think the project could be continued with direction for staff if the commission wishes to approve the variance, but I think we'd need a little more direction of what's creating a special hardship, and then we could come back with approval findings.
Vice Chair Harris, anything further? I see Mr. Kobik's hand. It would have to be in response to your question. If you want to direct it to him to speak, if you'd like to, then I can do that.
Yes.
All right, on that question of this topic, Mr. Kobik?
I believe the response on that topic is the special hardship, the special physical hardship that Chris is referring to, that I see us basically applying for the variance for here, is that there's a non-conforming condition at adjacent neighboring property lines. A physical non-conforming condition where most neighbors park inside the front setback. We are requesting a single parking spot outside of the front setback, very simple, like in the non-conforming way in which the neighbors are currently parking. That is the physical hardship I believe that we are facing, is because we are demoing the building and adding a second story, we are no longer able to have that non-conforming condition that is basically consistent along the same street as all the other participants. We also have to raise the building up to meet building code standards, which specifically have to do with flood zone. And so we also have to create a stair and a porch to get you up. And both those require space, and none of the neighboring homes are up to flood height.
Thank you. Anything else, Vice Chair Harris?
So from what we heard from the applicant, is that something that we can work on, or given that they are also non-conforming, is that not helpful to us for creating the variance?
That one's a little bit difficult, finding one of the variance findings specifically states further previous variant and neighboring violations are not hardships justifying a variance. In this case, the neighboring properties would be legal non-conforming. If they were built prior to the current zoning, they would be legal, but they're still technically non-conforming to current standards, which the finding says you aren't justification for a variance. So if there's a way to craft around that, potentially, but it would be tough.
Okay, well, that's something I'm not going to be able to craft here from the dais. So if the applicant would like to potentially continue and try again, that might be an option. I also think other commissioners might want to weigh in. Thanks.
I have Commissioner Barnes and then Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you for that, Chair DeCardi. I've appreciated the dialogue and the discussion up to this point. I do know, and I think we do know that the findings for a variance are quite prescriptive. And while I hear the preference, the clear preference of the applicant, and in general, I am sympathetic to preferences of everyone who, comes forward and has to be part of this process. Just from an intellectual integrity standpoint, I couldn't find that there was a unique hardship for this property in the way that the findings for the variance have to be articulated. It's a hardship of preference as opposed to a hardship that's attributable not to any actions of the applicant. And clearly the applicant, while it may not be their preference, could design a structure, a home like, this is a 7,000 square foot lot. There's plenty of 5,000 square foot lots, which are also subject. You'd have to figure out a way to design their homes in order to conform. So as sympathetic as I am, I couldn't, the way we need to find for a variance, I just couldn't, and in logic, be able to find that this was a unique hardship, not the preference of the applicant. So I guess I'll be a second for Commissioner Riggs's motion to approve. And I think the wording was the alternate site plan. In other words, the one that's conforming to our development standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. I have two things to say in terms of the.
It's actually just, at this point, it's on the dais, and so a commissioner would need to ask you a direct question, unfortunately, in this mix, which I'll be glad to do in a minute.
Okay.
But first, Commissioner Riggs has the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been trying hard not to make a design recommendation, but I think all of us are frustrated by the desire to maintain this design, even though this design came together without full recognition of site constraints, which is always problematic. We are not going to be able to, I predict, make these findings. The rules apply to everyone, and when the neighbors on Laurel Street apply to demolish a house and build a new one, they too will have to provide 2 conforming spaces within the setbacks. That said, I think you see the overall preference of this commission to find some kind of a solution. If I may be so bold, Having addressed, I guess, maybe 4 of these problems in my own firm. Mr. Kobik, how would you feel about widening the entry to 8.5 feet? And then widening the paving, whether or not it matches the proposed paving for cars versus the paving for walkways. And designating the 16-foot length in front of the front door and calling it a parking space. Through the chair, if I could ask.
Yeah, question of the applicant, Mr. Kobik or anybody from the applicant. Yes.
I believe what you're saying, Mr. Riggs, is similar to what we showed as the alternate suggestion, isn't it? Or can you compare and contrast?
It is, except that the parking space would be parallel with the driveway. And I'm hoping that you would not have to move the house as far back. And potentially you could modify the entry area to accommodate this 8.5 foot wide recessed entry.
Oh, I understand. I think what you're saying, just to translate for Vineet, is, if I can reiterate, is a parallel parking kind of scheme. Is that correct? In that one, you would have a clear entry into the garage on the right-hand side of the property. And then there, rather than it being a 90-degree turn parking space, it would be like a parallel space. Is that correct?
Yes, and I, of course, understand 16 feet is more than 8.5 feet, but if we acknowledge that if you provide a paved surface and indicate its dimensions on the plan, it is a parking space. That, not that I would want to encourage this to all applicants, but frankly, right up to your front door handle would be the 16.5 foot, or the 16-foot dimension. Does this help limit the amount of revision you would have to do to your floor plan?
Well, I personally feel that I would have to discuss that with Vineet.
Well, this is my inclination. This is why I just, for your sake, would prefer to continue the project so that you could study alternatives. I mean, a design for a site that only requires 1 parking space is not likely to fit a site that requires 2, and it's always going to be an uncomfortable compromise to take the former and push it back on the site to accommodate the latter, rather than having a first floor plan that accommodates the site requirements. So I'm not going to say any more than this. I just wanted to give my last bit of encouragement to let you take some more time for an alternative plan. And it's certainly not my decision to make, but I just wanted to encourage one more time, and then I'll leave that subject.
All right, let me remind everybody where we are right now. We have a first and a second. So the next thing we'll do as a commissioner is to vote on whether to approve the project and deny the variance as submitted by the staff report. That's happening next. I have a question for staff, which is there some way to conditionally approve the project that would essentially allow the colloquy, is that the right word? Whatever, to allow the back and forth. This is my using a $25 word when I should use a 10-cent word. A conversation, thank you, Mr. Riggs, between the applicant and city staff that might be able to find a creative alternative for the space without needing to push the building back. Or if that's not able to be done, then the project could go ahead with the building pushed back. Is there some way to craft, if this current motion, which has a first and a second, does not pass, is there some way to craft a motion that would essentially be the same motion, except the opportunity, if they could work something out with the satisfaction of the planning department, to go ahead and make some kind of adjustment that we were just discussing.
I believe so. So as a recommended condition is currently written, it's fairly broad, so it doesn't specifically say you must go with this alternate site plan. It says shall revise the site plan, adjusting location of the footprint to accommodate the second space compliant parking space. If there's another way to do that, other than pushing the house back, this particular condition leaves that door open. If there are other revisions that need to be made to the design itself, for example, what I believe Commissioner Riggs was saying was widen the entryway and kind of push it back so you could fit a car in there. We have done in the past, had conditions like what you said, where we have a conversation with the applicant to find the best solution. They are a bit more intensive of design requirements, but we can either bring it back as a memo or can bring it back on a continuance. But yeah, there is a way to approve the project, have a discussion with certain modifications directed by the planning commission, and then not have to come back here in person.
So I appreciate you saying that. The thing that, is there some way that we could send an intent as the commission that you could do it as a memo, recognizing that with another project, you probably wouldn't do it as a memo, but because we've seen it here, we've talked about it here, and there's a clear understanding of what might happen with an entryway that was redesigned, that we could see that in the memo, where if it was another project that got completely redesigned at the applicant's discretion, you might actually need it to come back. With that, if there was an intent behind that, then we could go ahead and actually, we don't need to do something separate. As presented by staff could be with that interpretation, you could work with the applicant. They either push the house back or they find a way to adjust it. And if that adjustment is in the service of trying to make it work with the parking space, you could give us a memo instead of bringing it back.
I think we can do that.
Is there any concern? I'm starting to wedge square pegs in round holes, and I appreciate the staff willingness on this. I want to make sure that every commissioner is tracking on this right now. So what we're going to do is vote, and we're going to vote on the Riggs Barnes first and second on submitted as staff. And I believe we've had a conversation that would give space for the applicant if they wanted to redesign simply around this parking question to keep from having to shove the house back, not anything else with the house. Then we wouldn't need to see it again as a commission. What would happen is you would work with staff. The staff would send us a conformance memo that if we do not respond to within a short period of time, automatically goes through. So that's the process. I believe I've explained that process correctly. Ms. Sandmeyer.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I think it would be helpful if Commissioner Riggs could amend his motion to include the conformance memo option.
So you'd be looking for Commissioner Riggs and then Commissioner Barnes to amend their motion so that it is as submitted by staff, approving the project, denying the variance, but allowing adjustments in the project design solely around being able to accommodate the extra parking, minimally as invasive as possible to the design, in which case that could come back to the commission by a conforming memo as opposed to coming back to the full commission at a future planning commission meeting. And somebody will write that up much more eloquently than I just said it, but that's the sense of what you are looking for, would be the Decarty summary added to your first, Commissioner Riggs, and your second, Commissioner Barnes.
I think that would be acceptable from my point of view.
Commissioner Barnes?
But yes, I mean, not only acceptable, it's a great way through. I am not invested in how this gets resolved. I think there's an opportunity to resolve it and also make it less painful for the applicant. So I'm appreciative of the crafting of it, and I for sure am okay with allowing that.
All right, any clarifications from staff on all of this? Okay. Any clarifications from any commissioners about what we're voting on? All right, and to the applicant, I promised you you'd have the opportunity. I'm going to ask you a question. It is an open-ended question. If you had a couple points, if they're still relevant, by all means. If you're kind of satisfied with where this is going, that's fine as well. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak as I promised you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. In fact, what's more important than the points I had before is for me to first thank you for coming up with this suggestion, Commissioner DeCardi. It's super helpful. And Commissioner Riggs, I do appreciate your suggestion for the change that you described. And I do think, once I fully understand it, I do think the way it sounds to me might solve the current conundrum. So appreciate you mentioning that. The last point I wanted to mention was that my neighbor to the right is Scott Denny. He's been growing vegetables there for the last 40 years. In fact, he's the one who first taught me how to grow the right stuff at the right time of the year in my backyard. The giant live oak that's in the back of our property, we've known to have it has its roots tapped into the sewer line that runs to the back of the property. So it gets more nourishment than most other live oaks, and it tends to have a very large profile, and it blocks a lot of sunlight from Scott's house, to the extent that he pays me half the cost of trimming that tree every year. Moving the house back will close the gap between the bulb of that giant live oak and the house, further reducing the sunlight for him to grow his crops. He's not here today. I don't think he's on the Zoom call, but it's important for me to consider the best interest of not just myself and my family, but my neighbors as well. Just wanted to leave that out there.
All right, thank you. And with that, we are going to turn to a vote as the first by Riggs and the second by Barnes with the adjustment we discussed. Commissioner Barnes.
Yes.
Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Tate.
Yes, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Riggs for his suggestion to move this along. Thank you.
I'll vote yes as well. It passes 7-0. Thank you for being here this evening, and best of luck with your project, and enjoy your good relations with your neighbors for years to come.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, with that, we will close item F1. We'll move to item. That was F1 on public hearing 1. We'll now move to item F2. F2 and G1 are associated items with a single staff report. I have a fair amount to read, and Ms. Sandmeyer, I'm going to read that now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right, this is item F2. This is a public hearing to receive comments on the draft environmental impact report, the draft EIR, for the proposed 123 Independence Drive project that would redevelop the project site. That's 119 and 123 through 125 and 127 Independence Drive, 130 Constitution Drive, and 1205 Chrysler Drive, with a new apartment building with 316 units and 116 three-story for-sale townhome condominium units. The 5 existing office and industrial buildings totaling approximately 103,000 square feet would be demolished. Project site is located in the RMUB, that's the Residential Mixed Use Bonus Zoning District. The total gross floor area of residential uses on the site would be approximately 476,962 square feet, with a total floor area ratio of 134%. The proposal includes a request for an increase in floor area ratio, that's the FAR, and density under the bonus level development allowance in exchange for community amenities. The proposed project includes 48 rental apartment units and 18 for-sale townhome units, 15% of the total units affordable to low-income households pursuant to the city's BMR housing program and guidelines. The applicant is currently proposing to provide 8 additional rental BMR units affordable to low-income households as the community amenity in exchange for this bonus level development. The proposal also includes a request for a vesting tentative map for a major subdivision and a use permit for storage and use of hazardous materials, in this case diesel fuel, for emergency backup generator. The proposed project would remove 29 heritage trees. And with that, I will turn it to, and I apologize, I don't know who I'm turning it to on staff. Ms. Pagat?
Yeah, hi. Yes, you're turning it to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am just waiting for my presentation to come up, so thank you. Good evening, commissioners, members of the community. It is my pleasure to provide a brief overview of 123 Independence Drive project this evening. The proposed project is the redevelopment of 5 existing parcels totaling 8.15 acres with 432 residential units, and it's made up of 316 rental apartments and 116 for sale townhomes. Juan, can you go to the next slide, please? The project, thank you. The project site is here in the red box and is located south of the Bayfront Expressway, east of Marsh Road, and Highway 101 is to the south of the project site. This slide also shows the other projects that are either approved in the Bayfront area or currently under construction. As mentioned, this is a bonus level development, and the applicant is requesting a use permit for the bonus level development as well as the use of on-site emergency generator, an architectural control permit for the proposed design, open space, and concessions and waivers associated with the development of the for sale townhome BMR units. Heritage tree removal permit for the 29 heritage trees that will be removed as part of the demolition and prep of the site to receive the project, as well as a major subdivision map to reconfigure the existing property lines to create parcels to receive the apartment building, create an open space parcel, and then the remaining 3 parcels would receive the townhome buildings. The applicant is proposing to provide 48 low-income BMR units that will be rental units and 18 for sale units, also affordable to low-income households. Additionally, the project is proposing 8 rental units as part of their community amenity, and these units will also be affordable to low-income households. So for tonight's agenda, we're not asking for approval of any entitlements, but we are asking to hold a public hearing and solicit comments on the draft environmental impact report that was circulated on November 28th. Just to remind members of the public comment period ends on January 17, 2023. And the second portion of this meeting is to do a study session on the various design aspects of the project as well as entitlement issues. Next slide, please. So for conducting the 2 items associated with this project, we have proposed a format. Following my introduction, we request that the chair invite the applicant to provide a detailed overview of the project, following which the city's EIR consultant will go over the findings of the draft environmental impact report, as well as the next steps in the EIR process for the project. After that, we request that the commission invite the members of the community to provide comments on the draft EIR, following which we would hear questions from the commissions and then also take comments from you. And the study session a portion of this project would also follow a similar format. This concludes my brief presentation. I am available to answer any questions that you might have as we move through the various aspects of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff before we turn to the applicant presentation? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to the applicant. Welcome. The floor is yours. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Riccardi. All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just checking. Good evening, Chair Riccardi, Vice Chair Harris, Planning Commissioners, staff, as well as members of the public. My name is Peter Tai with the Sobrato organization. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our all residential project, 123 Independence Drive. I'm joined by my colleagues, Chuck Tang from Studio T Square, our design architect, Linda Klein from Cox Castle Nicholson, our land use attorney, and Maureen Sedona from Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco, our affordable housing partner. This project was last before you in September of 2021 for our EIR scoping session. Though the project proposal has not changed a great deal since then, there are current commissioners who were not present at that meeting, so we will provide a brief overview on the project sponsor and the project. It's about the sponsor. Sobrato is a local organization that's been part of the Bay Area since the 1950s. The ethos of the company is making the Bay Area a place of opportunity for all. This is shown through our philanthropic ventures as well as our approach towards real estate development. Now to the project. The project is located in the Bayfront Bellhaven neighborhood between Highway 101 and 84 and Marsh Road. The site is bound by Constitution Drive, Chrysler Drive, and Independence Drive. The surrounding area includes mid-rise commercial buildings, parking structures, future multifamily housing, and an 11-story hotel. Currently, the site contains 5 old one-story commercial buildings that will be demolished for the proposed project that you see here. An all-residential project totaling 432 units, 316 apartment units, and 116 townhomes over 5 lots. The project was not always residential. The project zoning is residential mixed-use bonus. The original project was planned to be a mixed-use project with both residential and a 90,000 square foot office building. After feedback received from our first Planning Commission study session in January of 2021 and community stakeholders throughout our engagement in 2020 and 2021, Sobrato elected to redesign the project to be all residential. We heard the consistent desire for more housing and specifically more high quality, affordable housing, both for rent and for sale. As long-term holders of real estate, we felt it was important to make this change and be responsive to our community needs. At the same time, Sobrato began holding discussions with the Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco organization, who we have since partnered with to be the developer for the 18 for-sale affordable townhome units. We will discuss Habitat's portion of the project in more detail when we get into the overall BMR proposal. With that, I will hand it over to Chuck Tang from Studio T Square, who will walk through the site composition and design. Chuck, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. I hope everyone hears me okay. If we can tee up the video walkthrough real quick, please. We'll just briefly go through the impression of the project through a video walkthrough. Thank you. So we can begin. So just a quick tour of the project, walking from the public Paseo on Independence Drive through the townhome districts, through a mixed rich mix of architecture and urban character, arriving at the public park shared by all the resident users on site with outdoor and indoor amenities, activities, front porches on the park. Continuing on to the Paseo toward Constitutional Drive, the facade of the apartment project creates a strong urban presence on Constitution Drive. And as we come back along the Paseo, there's units fronts onto the Paseo, giving security, and also coming into the park with the affordable project and the market rate project blended together seamlessly with a whole series of connected walkway and open space with varying architectural style. The whole point of the overall master plan and architecture design is to achieve a thoughtful, balanced, and well-integrated neighborhood with an emerging residential mixed-use district. With that, if we can go back to the PowerPoint, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. Happy to report also, since the last time we met with the Planning Commission, we worked very tirelessly with staff to be completely compliant with the RMU design guidelines. Also the major and minor articulations on the architecture. For the apartment project, we're very focused on creating an architecture that's four-sided. In the case of constitutional frontage, that we wanted to have a strong presence that really work in concert with the existing office building across the street. In the four-sided architecture, also along the proposed Paseo, that we have architecture as well articulated, maybe a little bit finer grain to address the pedestrian kind of a scale of the Paseo, as well as kind of the internal park that addresses all the different residential uses that we have programs and activities that would also address the park and also are articulated in the architecture as well. Next, please. Next slide, please. For the townhomes, we've also heard the comments from the commissions to create more residential scale. This is obviously a lower scale residential component. Our idea is to really create a lot of varieties of architectural style with different roof form, with different material and articulation in order to create a finer grain residential neighborhood. As you can tell that there's a varying combination of townhomes, different module types that would organize around this park, Central Park. Next, please. And then obviously the BMR units with this little program variations from the other townhomes, it also creates a lot of really interesting massing and form changes that it could provide overall variations to the overall townhome district, along with the finishes of the brick, the fiberboard, and also the plaster, coherent with the entire townhome project. It also is complementary to the apartment project as well. Next, please. One key item of the project, as mentioned, is the Central Park as well as the Paseo. There's some impression of what we are trying to do in terms of programming this space with natural landscape, because it's all in grade, with planting, with green lawn space, play area, as well as other picnic areas, a play area, as well as a bike parking area. So it's really an outdoor family room for the entire project. Next, please. In terms of sustainability, that we are interested in creating a project that would achieve the LEED Gold certification. The project will be all electric. It would have EV charging stations. It would have ample bicycle parking and storage, as well as efficient plumbing fixtures, dual plumbing for recycled water use, as well as drought tolerant landscaping for the landscape and water conservation. With that, I'll turn it back to Peter.
Thank you, Jack. Even before our first scoping session in January of 2021, we made a commitment to engage the diverse group of Menlo Park and Belhaven stakeholders to solicit feedback on the project. During the pandemic, we mostly held community meetings online in small groups, as well as doing virtual one-on-ones. That has progressed now as the pandemic has largely passed. And more recently, we held a in-person open house in November of 22. We also held an online meeting forum to engage additional community members on this project. The resounding feedback that we've gotten throughout our years of outreach has been the need for more housing. This was also echoed by the Planning Commission when we came in for a study session back in January of 21, and also was well received in our September of 21 study session as well. Next slide. We know the community amenity list is ongoing further refinement, but there is one constant, and that's affordable housing. So in response, our community benefit, we are proposing 8 additional rental units. So in total, there will be 74 BMR units, which includes 56 rental apartments and 18 for-sale townhomes, and all will be offered at low levels of AMI. We've also decided to partner with Habitat on the 18 affordable townhomes. Sobrato will donate the land to Habitat. And as many of you know, Habitat not only brings a stellar track record, but they also offer residents 0 down payment and 0 interest rate mortgages. Habitat also caps the homeowner's expenses at 30% of their income, and that includes property taxes, insurance, and HOA fees. With that, I'll pass it over to Maureen, CEO of Habitat for Humanity, Greater San Francisco. She will expand on Habitat and its programs. Maureen, please take it away.
Thank you, Peter. I'm trying to get my video on, so I don't know, trying to do that. If the host can ask me, start my video. Great, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you to Peter and Sobrato organization, to the chair and to all the commission members and all the public tonight. I'm Maureen Sedonen, CEO of Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco, and it's my great honor and pleasure to be with you tonight to talk about our partnership. I think one of the things I want to just kick off and say is one of the incredible sort of unifying factors for us with Sobrato is they are a family organization centered in the community, committed to community. And I think our synergy has been incredible since we started the conversation, and I'm pretty proud of where we have it today. Next slide, please. Our Habitat model, as Peter stated, does a 0% down mortgage. We are creating first-time homeownership for community residents and are super proud of our 30+ year history, including in Menlo Park, for doing this. We cap our homeowners' expenses at 30% of their income. We serve people in the 50 to 120% area median income. They have to have good credit scores of 650 and above, and be willing to also do their 500 hours of sweat equity with a willingness to partner with us as we create and build these communities. And you see our beautiful picture of some of our current homeowners right now. Next slide, please. Here is our region. We serve Marin, San Francisco, and San Mateo counties. We have 12 homes already in Menlo Park. We look forward to bringing these 18 more homes online here. You can see the rest of our history here. We also have a several-year history and great experience working in the Bellhaven community and partnering with longtime homeowners there to maintain their homeownership through our critical repair program, which we're very proud of as well. Next slide, please. Here's some statistics about our outcomes, why it matters. 96% of our Habitat homeowners feel confident that their children are going to finish high school. 95% see that their children are going to go on to college. 73% have created financial security for their families, and 69% are able to save more for the future. Another statistic I'm super proud of is where 21% of our Habitat homeowners went on to college, 65% of their children in one generation go on to college. So this kind of transformative opportunity that happens through partnerships with Habitat and the community is really unprecedented. Next slide, please. So project details, we'll go back there. We build a community within a community. I know some of the questions are why do we ask Zebrado to dedicate a separate site for us? This was really our requirement. We build a community within the community where people can put their hands on the clay, if you will, build the homes together and create that kind of community. Secondly, our BMR townhomes will be on an independent timeline, but a timeline none the least. Our townhomes are using a combination of donated materials, volunteer labor, have separate materials and finished packages, but all of this to create a very beautiful experience for our homeowners. Also, our designs are consistent with our other homeowner habitat homes across the region. We currently are underway for over 140 units in our pipeline that are similar in size, bedroom count, et cetera. And just to give you a few examples, for our 20 homes that we just completed in Redwood City, we had over 700 applicants from the region applying for those homes. And in San Francisco, for our 8 townhomes, we had over 500 applicants. So the need is there. The community is showing up, and we really are serving the folks who really want to be those first-time homeowners and really transform their community. We're also proud to say that over 85% of our homeowners are people of color, and over 90% come from within a 2-mile radius of the project in which we're building. And finally, our unique financial model, which is that we are also the mortgage lender in addition to be the home builder. So we offer a 0 down, 0% interest mortgage for our homeowners, and we cap their expenses, as Peter stated earlier, at 30% of their income. Many of them right now report between 60 and 70% of their income going to housing. So this is a game changer for them and for their children. Next slide, please. And why do we do this? Because we build a legacy within communities, we build family stability, and we build equity within communities so that in our most expensive region of the Bay Area, we can serve those families who are serving us. Really, our teachers, our first responders, our childcare workers, our folks who are making sure that our trains move on time, that our families move on time and are served. And we're very proud of this legacy. Next slide, please. And happy to also state we have incredible endorsements for this project, from the Housing Action Coalition to the Bay Area Council to the Chamber to the SAMCETA group. Everything we do, and I think everything Zebrado does, is done in community and for community. And so together we've brought this incredible synergy across our project. Next slide, please. And we're happy to open up and provide any responses to any partnerships. But I do want to just express our gratitude, express our humility in doing this work, and I really appreciate the Menlo Park community for being such incredible partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. With that, that completes the applicant presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to all 3 of you on the applicant team. This is the hard part of the process we have right now, which is that's the applicant presentation. We are now going to move first to the EIR portion of the proceedings. So I'm going to hold on any questions for the applicant. I'm going to hand it off to our EIR consultant. We'll move through the EIR portion of the evening with public comment. Commissioner comments will close that. We'll come back then to the broader questions around the project, which the presentation opens up to. So just as keeping track of where we are, I'm now going to turn to our EIR consultant for their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, planning commissioners and members of the public. My name is Catherine Hua. I'm a senior project manager with DUDEC, and we are the city's environmental consultant for the project. Also on the call tonight, or on the meeting tonight, is our transportation lead consultant, Dennis Pasqua. So he's available for any questions, but I'm going to handle the presentation by myself just to keep things efficient. So I don't know, I'm not sure if I have control of the slideshow. So Van, can you advance it to the next slide for me? Thank you. So this is just a quick outline of the presentation, and it'll I'm going to go pretty quick through the project description because you've already heard that. I just wanted to highlight some of the key facts that are relevant to the environmental analysis. So Van, can you go to the next slide? And one more. Thank you. Sorry. When I can do it myself, it's a little bit quicker. So I again, you just heard the project description, so I don't want to go over this slide, but these were the facts of the project proposal that are the most relevant to the environmental analysis. So basically, it's a redevelopment project that would demolish the existing structures on the site and repurpose the site for the residential uses that are proposed. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this is just a general site layout, a little bit different from the ones that you've seen previously. But again, you can see that the apartment structure that has 2 levels of parking and the 316 dwelling units would be in the northern portion of the site, and the townhouses would be spread throughout the southern portion of the site with the Paseo and Park use kind of along that western edge of the northern portion, and then kind of somewhat centrally located through the southern portion. So then I have just a couple of quick slides on the overview for the environmental review. For folks that aren't familiar, CEQA refers to the California Environmental Quality Act. And so there's a whole body of state regulations and law under which the EIR, Environmental Impact Report, is prepared. There's a lot of projects that are going on in the Bayfront area of the city, and some of them require a full EIR, some of them require more of what we call a focused EIR, and some of them can go under lower levels of CEQA review. For this project, when the project application came in, it's all tied into the general plan update that the city recently processed. And for that, a full scope EIR was prepared called the Connect Menlo EIR. That EIR assumed a certain number of dwelling units, a sort of a cap on, or not a cap, but a maximum number of dwelling units that were evaluated within the context of that EIR. And when this project application came through to the city, there were already pending projects and approved projects that added up, and contributed to that maximum number of level of dwelling units. And with this project, with the number of dwelling units proposed, we actually tip over that scale into a level that's beyond what was evaluated in the Connect Menlo EIR. And so that's why the city staff determined that a full EIR was necessary for this project. In addition, this project proposes a bonus level development. And under the settlement agreement that the city of Menlo Park reached with the city of East Palo Alto, anytime that there's a bonus level development, you need to look at the issues of transportation and housing needs. And so those are incorporated within this draft EIR. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide just gives you a quick outline of the key steps in the EIR process where public participation is invited, and the mechanisms where that public participation can be provided. So when we first started out with this project, there was a notice of preparation released to inform the public and agencies that an EIR would be prepared. And that was first released in January of 2021. And we had a scoping session with the Planning Commission at that time. Then later in that year, the project applicant, as Peter had reviewed for you, elected to modify the project to eliminate the office and the office component and replace it with residential. And so we released a revised notice of preparation and held a second comment or scoping meeting. Within the draft EIR that is out for public review right now, all of the public comments and agency comments that were received on both of the two NOPs, notices of preparation, those are documented in Chapter 2 of the draft EIR. Sorry, I had to check my notes. So we have a comment summary there, and then all of the comments as they were received are published in the appendices to the draft EIR. So at this time, we're in the draft EIR stage. The draft EIR was released for public review at the end of November and will be out for public review until mid-January. And so comments that members of the public or any public agencies have on the content of the EIR can be received by the city until 5 p.m. on January 17th of next year. Once we have all of those comments in hand, we will work through them and provide responses to those comments. And this usually takes the form of direct responses to each individual comment that's received, as well as we'll make any revisions or additions to the draft EIR that are necessary to address those comments in full. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide just outlines the basic contents that are required in a draft EIR based on state law. So the executive summary is in Chapter 1, and that provides a very brief overview of the project, the CEQA process that has been followed, and then there's a table in there that documents each of the impacts that we evaluated and whether or not any mitigation measures were required, and if so, what the specific content of those mitigation measures. In Chapter 2, which I didn't list on the slide, is just the basic introduction to the EIR, and then the detailed project description follows in Chapter 3. The next several bullets are contained in the individual sections within Chapter 4, which are the environmental impact analysis sections. And so for each topic that's required to be evaluated under CEQA, we go through the next four bullets, or excuse me, 3: the setting, the regulatory framework, what our thresholds of significance are in terms of how we determine whether an impact is significant or less than significant. We look at both project-specific impacts and cumulative impacts in those sections. And so a cumulative impact refers to when we look at in the context of other development that has been proposed within the city and specifically within the Bayfront area. And we, depending on the topic area, we also might look outside of the city boundaries. We also identify the mitigation measures that are necessary to reduce any significant impacts to a less than significant level. And then in the sort of concluding chapters of the draft EIR, we have a summary of the effects that were found not to be significant. We look at topics that are commonly referred to as other CEQA mandated sections. These kind of amplify some of the content that's already in the draft EIR. And then we look at project alternatives, which are different ways to design the project or maybe modify the land uses to look to see whether we can avoid or reduce any of the significant impacts that the project would generate. So then in this section of my presentation, I'm going to really briefly review the major findings of the EIR. So I first have a table on the next slide, Van, that this one outlines all of the topics that we evaluated where we found that impacts would remain less than significant with no mitigation measures required. And so we've listed on this table as well the technical studies that were done where necessary to support those conclusions. And so I want to keep my presentation brief. I'm happy to answer questions on these, concluding the presentations and the public comment portion of the meeting. In the next, I believe it's 3 slides, we have the impacts where a mitigation measure or more than one are required to reduce impacts. For the air quality topic, we found that the impacts were really concentrated on the construction period of the project, and they're quite typical for this type of a construction project. And so the mitigation measures require what we typically refer to as best management practices, BMPs, to make sure that those impacts remain as minimized as possible. And similar is true for both the biological and the cultural resources. So with respect to biological resources, we found that because of the existing buildings on the site and the existing trees and vegetation, there are potential for a few special status species to occur, but that those impacts can be controlled through the pre-construction surveying process and any additional control measures that are needed based on the results of those surveys. In regard to cultural resources, there was a cultural resources analysis and inventory prepared for the project site, but because the project has been, the property has been developed for quite a long time and no prior subsurface evaluation was done, that Phase 1 archaeological inventory report recommended an extended Phase 1, which is where a little bit more intensive digging is done to determine whether there might be any deposits below the ground surface. And then in the case that that any such thing were identified, there's protocols identified to evaluate and properly manage any such resources. In terms of the geological resources, the main concern here was that there may be a potential need for dewatering as construction occurs because there would be some excavation, and that the way that system is designed can help to avoid any impacts to neighboring properties. And so that's what the first mitigation measure is about. And then the second mitigation measure relates to that as well in terms of ensuring that that construction scheduling is timed such that the geological and soil conditions can settle in between different phases of the construction project. Again, similar in terms of hazards and hazardous materials, several very standard best management practice measures were recommended to make sure that both during construction and long-term operation of the project, individuals that are within the site are not exposed to adverse hazardous conditions. And then we have the last two topics here are noise and tribal cultural resources, and these kind of reiterate the same things that I've been saying. Standard best management practices would be used during construction to ensure that neighbors are not exposed to excessive noise levels. And then if any archaeological or tribal cultural resources are identified or potentially encountered during construction, that there are protocols in place to ensure that those resources are managed appropriately. And as I mentioned, at the back end of the environmental impact report, we have a couple of additional sections. So this one, CEQA mandated sections or other CEQA considerations, I think is the title we actually gave it in the EIR. We reiterate some of the discussions on energy conservation, and then we look again at the population and housing analysis and expand it to whether or not the project could induce additional growth that the city has not planned for. In both cases, we found that the impacts would be less than significant. And then I believe on the next slide, we will look into the project alternatives. So we looked at 3 different project alternatives, and this is one of the more essential components of CEQA, or I shouldn't say more essential, but one of the critical components of the CEQA requirements to do this environmental analysis is to look at ways that you might modify a project or even change a project to avoid or reduce environmental effects. In this case, it's important to understand that we did not find any significant and unavoidable impacts. So in other words, that means that all of the environmental effects that we found would result from the project, there were feasible and effective ways to reduce or avoid those effects and bring them to a level of less than significance. But nonetheless, when you're preparing an EIR, CEQA requires that you look at project alternatives. And so in this case, we took the vein of looking at whether or not any of these alternatives could reduce the need for mitigation measures or just generally reduce the environmental, comprehensive environmental footprint of a project. And so these are the three alternatives that we looked at. One was just no project, which is required by CEQA. Just, if we leave the project site exactly as it is and continue the current operations. Another was to go back to one of the original project components. As Peter Tsai explained, the original project design included office space. But we also, for this alternatives analysis, thought that it would be meaningful to incorporate a component of retail uses and see whether or not that kind of a mix of land uses could better achieve any of the city's goals or otherwise reduce environmental effects. And then last, we looked at, because this project proposes a bonus level of development, which allows more intensity and more density than what would be allowed under the base zoning designation, is there any environmental benefit to limiting the project to just the base level of development? And so that we found would reduce the number of dwelling units. In all of those cases, sorry, Van, I know I paused, so you thought I was going on to the next slide. In all of those cases, we found that there would be, sort of a mixed bag. Some cases we would have fewer effects, in some cases we might have greater effects. But for the majority of them, we found that the effects would be similar. CEQA does require, though, that we identify which alternative among these three and plus the proposed project of those options, which is the most environmentally superior. And we did find that the environmentally superior alternative was the base level development because it would slightly reduce impacts in some of those key impact areas, such as air quality. The base level development wouldn't require a below grade parking level. It would only necessitate at grade parking level. So there would be less excavation and less potential to disturb any resources that are below ground. It, reduce the amount of dewatering that would be required. But on the other hand, the city is allowed to consider how those environmental effects balance against the city's goals for land use development and general, community planning and citywide planning in the region. And so we found that there were, while there might be fewer environmental effects, that alternative would be less effective at meeting the project objectives. And so, Van, you can go ahead and advance it to the next slide. So that pretty much concludes my comments. The last slide that we have here, if you can go on more, Van, is just that as I mentioned, the environmental impact report, is available for public review until January 17th of next year. And so anybody, public agencies or public, members of the public who would like to submit comments, obviously can make comments tonight during this hearing, but can also submit written comments, whether by mail or email, and they can be addressed to Payal at the address and emails shown below, and they just need to be received before 5 p.m. on January 17th. And thank you, Van. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Waugh. Any planning commissioner clarifying questions before we open the EIR portion of this program for public comment? All right, seeing none, Mr. Pruder, off to you to run us through public comment. Again, this is on, we're going to do 2 bites at this apple for members of the public. If you have comments around the EIR, which is relevant to the presentation we just saw, this would be the appropriate time. If you have comments that are to the broader project, which likely would be to the initial presentation we saw, that will be coming next. So use your judgment accordingly, and you are more than welcome to speak both times. I'm not trying to tell you not to. Mr. Pruder, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Riccardi. At this time, members of the public can feel free to press the hand icon on their Zoom interface or dial *9 if they would like to leave a public comment. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised, and I do not see any members of the public in the council chambers. If anyone is interested in person to come, please feel free to step forward as well. We can wait for a moment at this time. I still see no hands raised.
Let's wait just a moment. Still none?
I still see no hands raised. Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and close public comment. We'll come to commissioners now for either clarifying questions or commissioners' comments on the draft EIR. Again, there is no motion. There is nothing to vote on here for the commission. It is entirely your feedback to the consultant to staff. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. From section 5.5, the availability of water is one of the items that is considered a less than significant impact. This was based on Connect Menlo, which was written in, I believe, 2016. Have we updated our concerns regarding water over the last 6 years? And would that be reflected in this EIR?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for the question. The city's municipal water district has updated their urban water management plan. So the last adopted date of that document was 2020, and that is what we relied upon for the analysis in this EIR. We both reviewed the documentation and contacted the water district staff to verify our understanding of those of that document and the conclusions. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'll leave it there.
Other clarifying questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I have a question. I see before the alternatives that you presented in this to the but before that, there's also alternatives that were rejected. So I just get turned around on the reduced parking alternative. There's something saying, let's see, there's the TDM would reduce the VMT by 20%. And there's also later on a number about reduced parking, reducing it 12%. And I just wanted to understand, is that an either or a and situation? Is it like 12 plus 20 or is it 12 or 20?
To be honest, I would need to look back in the text of that section, but from my recollection, the reduced parking was looked at as sort of an addition to the TDM, or is there an amount that we can reduce parking in combination with the TDM that would achieve a better result? And the finding is that reductions in parking work best in particular situations where there is a robust amount of other transportation options available in the area, and that this project doesn't necessarily meet some of those criteria. To the point being that the reduction in parking, if you reduce the amount of parking on site, you're not necessarily going to see a reduction in the amount of trips generated, and more importantly, the total miles of vehicle travel that occur, because there are other constraints outside of the project site that limit the effectiveness of that option. But I will definitely make a note of the question so that we can provide a more nuanced response.
Thank you.
I'm gonna use the chair's discretion to ask a follow-up on that. So this is familiar. We've seen this before in the answer about a significantly reduced parking alternative. So do you look at that based on today's situation, or do you look at it over the lifetime of the project? And how are you making the assessment about availability of alternative modes of transportation? when you reach that conclusion that you just referenced.
Sure. Yeah, I can understand the impetus for that question, and it is a difficult spot in terms of being able to balance what we know today versus what our aspirations are for the future and what we know is planned for the future, right? I mean, sort of middle ground there. And so it is difficult for us in the CEQA context. We need to have, pretty solid evidence to allow for any sort of a discount or any kind of a allowance that an impact is less significant than what we expect. And so there is a challenge there in sort of marrying those three different angles. But we do generally, in terms of CEQA, based on case law and based on how the statute is written and the CEQA guidelines, we typically defer to what is existing on the ground currently. When we look to future conditions, it has to be things that are fairly concretely in place. And so we don't want to engage too far into the realm of supposition or anticipating what may be coming down if things are not fully funded in terms of other types of transportation improvements and things along that nature. I'm not sure, I'm sure that doesn't 100% answer your question, but if you wanted to clarify any further, a response that you wanted me to try and elaborate upon.
No, that's helpful. That was the narrow question I had. That was a good answer. Thank you. Other commissioner questions or ultimately feedback or comments on the draft EIR? Well, I'm fine to present. This is all I really have. Your presentation was very helpful. The draft EIR is thorough. The findings are not complicated. I have two comments. The first one is on the parking question. I will say now my reflection on your answer is not on your answer, but on the situation, which is that we're boxed by current policy in the city, which demands parking at a minimum. So there's no need for you to look at parking that is essentially below that minimum. And then we're boxed because we've got terrible transportation policy in place and terrible alternatives, especially in that region of our city. And so we don't look at those. And so the EIR gives us no opportunity ultimately to achieve its purpose, which is to provide insight and sunshine so a community can engage in the future built environment that they live in. And I find that enormously frustrating, but there's nothing that I have found we can do as a planning commission. This is on the city council, and I believe our city council has to do something about transportation and all the building that we're doing. This comes up again and again and again. And if they don't change the parameters, then we're going to keep on getting the same answers. So that's my reflection one, which is more frustration. My second one is about the alternatives. I think, as you pointed out, I think you're exactly right. The alternatives are a key element of an EIR. There's something that a community member can easily see and understand and be able to utilize the wealth of information you put behind that. It might be in service of their comments about the future of their community. And frankly, I find these alternatives kind of not helpful in that regard for a community member. You have to look at the no project alternative. Ultimately, it makes sense to look at a base level development alternative. We see that all the time whenever we have bonus level development. And in this context, the mixed use isn't enormously helpful because everybody in the community wants to have housing. And when we have these three, we end up, and I've said this before, we end up with this Goldilocks kind of approach on here, which is, well, if you end up overdeveloping, then that's terrible for the environment. If you end up underdeveloping, then you don't meet the needs of the city. And so now you develop just right. And turns out the oatmeal tastes fine because it's warm. And I don't think that's particularly helpful for us as a community in this. So I do have a frustration. This is many times we see EIRs come, many times we see three alternatives, and many times they land in exactly the same way. So I will come back to, which is a massive change in a project, like a massively reduced parking scenario, actually would be useful for a city and residents to understand, especially when they've been so frustrated by the impacts in the community of the traffic, which continues to get worse. The only benefit came from the pandemic was knocking that out for a while, but it has come back and will be worse in the future. It's frustrating to me that we can't look at that alternative. But I will say that in future EIRs for these types of projects, if we continue to come back with these three alternatives that are always laid out this way, I'm not sure how useful it is for the community. This is, again, not a criticism of the work of you and your team, Ms. Wah, which I thought was exemplary, but as a frustration with how we can best utilize this extraordinary amount of expense and work for the benefit of our community. And I just don't see that happening in these instances very often. Other commissioner questions or comments on the draft EIR this evening? Ms. Begat, just to remind me, this is not a command performance. Commissioners do not have to comment before we close this section. Is that correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. They can always submit comments to me later if they would like to do so.
All right. So I will give this one last shot again, and not a command performance, but any commissioner that would like to offer feedback this evening. All right, I have Vice Chair Harris.
I just want to say that I hear and agree with Chair DeCarty's frustration.
Thank you for that. All right, going once, going twice. All right, with that, I am now going to close item F. Where are we? F2, which is the public hearing on the draft EIR. Thank you very much for the consultant team and for the effort. And we will move on the same project now to item G and G1. I'm going to go to staff. Do I need to read the introduction again here? Ms. Sandmeyer?
Yes, I think that would be helpful since it's technically a new item.
Yep, that's fine. All right, this is item G, study session 1. This is G1. This is a request for a study session for a use permit, architectural control, below market rate housing agreement, investing tentative map for the 123 Independence Drive project to redevelop the project site, 119, 123 to 125 and 127 Independence Drive, 130 Constitution Drive, and 1205 Chrysler Drive with a new apartment building with 316 units and 116 three-story for sale townhome condominium units. The 5 existing office and industrial buildings totaling approximately 103,000 square feet would be demolished. The project site is located in the RMUB Residential Mixed Use Bonus Zoning District. The total gross floor area of residential uses on the site would be approximately 476,962 square feet with a total floor area ratio of 134%. The proposal includes a request for an increase in floor area ratio, that's FAR, and density under the bonus level development allowance in exchange for community amenities. The proposed project includes 48 rental apartment units and 18 for sale townhome units, 15% of the total units, affordable to low-income households pursuant to the city's BMR housing program and guidelines. The applicant is currently proposing to provide 8 additional rental BMR units affordable to low-income households as the community amenity in exchange for bonus level development. The proposal also includes a request for vesting a tentative map for a major subdivision and a use permit for storage and use of hazardous materials, that's diesel fuel, for emergency backup generator. The proposed project would remove 29 heritage trees. And I believe I am turning it back to you, Ms. Begat. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And a really brief presentation, Juan, if you can please bring it up. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So commissioners, we have listed several topics here on this slide, and we would like you to use this as a guide to go through and review kind of the site plan and the proposed design, including various architectural elements of the project. We've also listed in the staff report potential intersection improvements, that we've identified based on the traffic analysis, as well as we have the below market rate housing proposal and the community amenities proposal for you to review. So if you could just use these areas as guides to ask clarifying questions, we would appreciate it. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you, Ms. Begat. So to keep track of where we are, we've already had the presentation from the applicant. The next step is for public comment, but before then, if there's any pressing questions of staff or a clarifying question of the applicant for commissioners that you need right now before public comment, we'll do that. All right, let's go ahead and turn to public comment on this project. Mr. Pruder.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. As a reminder, members of the public in attendance are welcome to come forward to provide public comment. We can also accommodate members on Zoom or on phone. If you are on Zoom, please press the hand icon and you'll be able to provide public comment. Alternatively, by phone, you can press *9. And I don't see any hands at this time. I do see one hand now. I'm sorry. I'm happy to let that person speak if you'd like, Chair.
Yes, by all means.
Okay, thank you very much. Our first commenter here is named Lauren Bigelow, and I'm going to allow you to speak. If you could please provide your name and jurisdiction at the beginning of your remarks. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and I am allowing you to speak at this time. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the Chair of Menlo Park's Housing Commission, but I am submitting this comment today solely as a private citizen. I wrote an email to you around 5 this afternoon, but realized that might not give all the commissioners enough of a chance to read through what I'd written. So I thought I'd show up tonight to tell you why I strongly support the current plans of 123 Independence. It's that important to me. I continue to be so grateful to hear that the plans pivoted away from more office space to more homes in response to the concerns of our neighbors in Bellhaven. I deeply respect that commitment to listening to the community. As someone who used to administer below market rate programs for several different cities, my hackles raise every time someone talks about keeping all of the BMR units in one area of a parcel. To me, that immediately raises red flags about fair housing and discrimination. But I've learned that my immediate reaction to things is not always the best or most informed response. Earlier this year, I toured 612 Jefferson, the previously mentioned 20-unit Habitat for Humanity project in Redwood City with Vice Chair Harris and Commissioner Doe. After significant conversations with Habitat staff, I saw that doing BMR homeownership this way does require some flexibility, but providing that flexibility is in no way untested. Habitat for Humanity has been successfully building homes in the Bay Area for 30 years. While they used to focus on single-family homes, that became harder to do as the Bay Area began to boom, and they pivoted to condominiums around 2004. That means they have been almost 20 years of doing exactly this type of work, which makes me believe that they know exactly what they're doing with 123 Independence. We should count ourselves lucky that partners like Habitat for Humanity are interested in making a project in Menlo Park, Pencil. Do all we can to support this project and move it forward expeditiously. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I very much look forward to your discussion tonight.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair. At this time, I see no other hands raised. We can wait a little longer if you'd like, or close public comment.
Yeah, let's wait a minute, please. Still none?
There's still no comments or hands raised. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and close public comment. We'll now bring it back to the planning commissioners. And again, we are not voting on anything this evening. Ms. Begat has given us the 5 bullet points where, as staff, they are looking for feedback from commissioners. But of course, any topic of feedback is on the table. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Tate.
Thank you, Chair DeCarty. To start off, I'd actually would like to get feedback from Vice Chair Harris and Commissioner Doe, since they visited the properties in Redwood City, to get an idea of their thoughts, if that's possible.
Commissioner, yeah, Vice Chair Harris.
I'm happy to give comments. Yeah, we were offered a tour of the 612 Jefferson, which is a 20-unit Habitat for Humanity project in Redwood City. And it was not, it was just an example of them doing a project. We did not discuss this particular 123 Independence. I have some experience with Habitat for Humanity, and I think that both the tour and learning a little bit more about this has kind of changed the way I am thinking about this particular project. I also get very excited with home ownership opportunities. I think that's something that we haven't done well as a city in the past. So I think, you know, as I think about integrated BMR versus having it all in one location is normally what not what I would want. But I think in this case, given the opportunity for the home ownership units would be a greater value to the city than non-home ownership units, especially with the 0 down and 0 interest model. The other thing is that the 612 Jefferson was a beautiful project. It was very well done. It looked very, it looked just very high end for what it was. And my other worry sometimes is that maybe the standalone BMR housing type might not look as nice as the other market rate units around it. And I think that tour did alleviate most of those fears. However, I may have some additional questions this evening about that. So I think those are my thoughts. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah, the floor is yours, Commissioner Tate, or Commissioner Doe. Would you like to add any reflection, or no? Or go ahead.
I'm glad Vice Chair Harris's memory is better than mine. I'm actually a little fuzzy. I will say what struck me on that tour was the passion and personal dedication from Maureen and Mr. Syed from Sobrato, just the excitement with which they talk about home ownership and working with the community. I honestly, that was what really stuck out to me. And I agree with everyone here about the initial concern about the townhomes being separate, but the site plan, the central location of the BMR townhomes next to the Paseo and the park, I feel like that really makes them feel integrated and inclusive.
Back to you, Commissioner Tate.
Yes, thank you both.
Any further questions, Commissioner Tate, at the moment, or comments?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. If I may, I have a question for Mr. Sy regarding the BMR units. I'm sorry, regarding the non-BMR rental units.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So you probably caught wind of the fact that Menlo Park is particularly eager to fill in a gap that we have in housing, which is at the lower income and very low income range. But I think we at the commission are all aware that projects that are in that range are not economically feasible, so they have to coexist with market rents. It would help us to know, it appears that the average unit is somewhere around 1,100 square feet. Do you have a sense at this point of what the market rate units will rent for?
You're talking about the apartment.
Yes, the apartments.
So 316.
For rental units, yeah.
Right now, the market comps in the area don't necessarily dictate what the market comps will be when these units are being delivered. But it would be comparable to those new products that are going up in the area, Menlo Gateway, Menlo Portal, Menlo Uptown. There is a lot of new product going up in the area with more competition. So with that new product, it's hard to understand where the market will be at that point in time.
At this point, just to wing it, if you were able to bring something on market for February, would you be looking for 5,000 a month, 4,000, 6,000?
No, I believe the 2 bedrooms, if it's 1,100 square feet, that would be a 2-bedroom, and that would be around 425 a square foot. Let me do the math real quick. You're looking at about 4,500 to 4,750 per unit.
Okay, pretty close. Thank you. And then if you'll pardon my divergence from this project. We had a community discussion just a couple of months ago about whether a 5 or 6 story residential project would be more economical to build than a 3-story residential project. The data that I would have on multifamily would be rather old from my previous experience. Are you in a position to say, just sort of globally, when you get to 5 stories, does that tend to decrease per unit cost or increase compared with, say, 3 stories?
That's a difficult question to answer because every project is different depending on, as Chair DeCardi said, parking ratios, parking minimums, height limits, everything else. But generally speaking, when you are 5 levels or below, you are what's considered type 5 construction. And that is generally more affordable than if you go higher, which would then be a type 3, or if you go mid-level or high rise, a type 1 construction, which generally requires concrete or steel. Type 3 construction requires fireproofed wood, and type 5 is wood frame construction.
All right, thank you, that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Then regarding the all-electric systems, we sort of prefer not to talk about it or plan around it, but the predominant delivery in the Bay Area of electrical power is through PG&E, even if we happen to subscribe to PCE. And PG&E seems to have somewhere between 1 and 3 blackout or brownouts in the Bay Area per year. Storms in January and February, and then brownouts from power issues in maybe August and September. Does this project have any kind of power backup system, such as batteries?
Not as currently contemplated, no. There are diesel generators as we design this project that will help kick in terms of any fire life safety issues or systems that need to get powered up in the event of a power outage.
Right, but
We
that's very
are
limited. Yeah.
correct. We are constantly evaluating battery capacity, battery storage capacity, because it is very important. But from our research right now, the technology just isn't quite there yet.
Right, that's my sense. I believe there are alternatives to chemical batteries also being studied, but I don't think the tech is there yet either.
Correct. If you hear of anything though, please forward it our way. It's something that we are very cognizant of, as an organization are trying to decarbonize ourselves.
Well, I think you could lift a series of pianos on a hoist, and then when the power runs out, hook them up to the generator and let them fall. Mr. Chair, are we going to wait to a later point to make comments about the project?
No, I think you can feel free to ask questions and make comments in any order you would like this evening.
All right, well, I do have a couple of main points to make and then a couple of very little ones. But first, I would like to express my support for the separate ownership housing with the agreement with Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco. I'm quite familiar with the organization, and I don't think I could say enough about their systems and their experience. They learned some very tough lessons about construction, about owner partnership agreements, and a number of other things back in the early 2000s, and they reacted very positively and firmly. Their shift to multifamily has allowed Habitat to serve far more families than it did 20 years ago. I'd say about 20, 25 times as many. And at this point, Habitat continues to have the character of uplifting communities because they go into communities where ownership may be not the primary residential experience. They go into communities where maintenance of property frequently is not a primary concern. And the very act of providing owners who are, well, residents who are invested simply alters those communities. Also, I know I'm not the only commissioner or the only resident or the only activist who feels strongly that we need to boost ownership. And it really doesn't matter what part of Menlo Park, but it certainly helps where we can boost ownership at the entry level. And that is something that Habitat truly owns. So while I agree with some other commissioners and other speakers that it is generally best to try to intersperse anything that could be characterized as affordable throughout a project, I would also like to know that the typical Habitat partner, besides having a credit score of 650 or greater, tends to be, from what I recall, my time with the organization, significantly upwardly mobile, and that the ownership factor I would almost say is a full doorway into what we a little too often refer to politically as middle class, but I think it makes the point. So enough about my support for that element. I do have one concern about the architecture. I like the site in many ways, certainly the site access. And I like the townhome designs. I think they have a character that fits the modern era and still has a sense of residential area. The large apartment block, however, I would characterize as being consistent with the newest projects that I see in China Basin and Dogpatch. I visit those areas relatively frequently. And the one thing that is lacking with those projects is any sense of home. We have a challenge here because this building is practically framed by two Bohannon office buildings and a hotel, a very attractive hotel, but a hotel. And in general, its environment is already very firmly commercial. So I would encourage the use of warm materials particularly on the first level of the apartment building. I would also encourage the concept of a welcoming lobby, a lobby that is more than just an oversized entryway. And while I hadn't thought about this recently, I can see why, dating back to the Chicago school, that large buildings that served a residence had a rather significant entry that served as a portal from the urban environment into a more personal environment. I won't be so bold as to say I have a ready plan in my pocket for how to do that in a modern design environment, but I'm only here to share that goal. I'll leave it at that. And then just briefly, I'll note that looking at the units, I can't help but feel that Unit S would be much better off as a studio than trying to be a one-bedroom. But I offer that not as a comment so much as a commissioner who will make a recommendation in the coming months. I just offer that as someone who has worked on similar plans. So overall, this project, I often forget to note on a project that is like this, that overall the project is what the community asked for. Have to credit the Sobrato organization for shifting from a mixed use to a residential project. And I think this project has all the markings of what's going to be a fantastic project when it's done. So thank you.
Other commissioners for feedback? Commissioner Tate.
Thank you, Commissioner Riggs. That's a perfect segue talking about the one bedroom. For my questions to the applicant, or my initial questions, and that is really how you came up with the unit mix. Excuse me. Please forgive me, my voice is going out. The unit size mix for actually both the rental and for sale. How did you determine how many units you were putting where? And I will, let me just start this off by saying I am very pleased that this has become an all residential development. Very excited about that, and the fact that you are offering 4 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms, and not just a slew of studios like we've seen in the past. But I am interested in how you came to the mix.
I'll take that first and then I'll pass it over to Check Tang, who can provide some more detail. You know, you kind of have to credit Menlo Park staff. You know, there is a very prescriptive sliding scale in Menlo Park about number of units, size of units, and DU per acre. And so there was a just a math equation at first to try to figure out what could fit in this area. And that's how we kind of came up with the unit mix. But you know, Check Tang can provide a lot more clarity and color to that.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I think once we've decided kind of a combination of for sale, market rate, and affordable units and for rent project, we really need to use this sliding scale of the city zoning to kind of create that contrast. So we really want to expand kind of the square footages within the for sale townhomes, be more family oriented. And in so doing, it kind of pushes the ratio of the average unit size of the apartments lower. So that kind of determines the ratio of the 1 bedroom versus the 2 and 3 bedrooms in apartments. So hopefully that makes sense. It has a lot to do with the really just a math exercise of creating that formula.
Okay. Now, the next part of my question is probably for Maureen, and that is what goes into selecting the homeowners for these units? Because you know, there aren't 1 bedrooms available, but then there's 15 4 bedrooms available. So how do you select which families go where? Because maybe it's a single person that wants to buy a unit, but so how do you fix that? Because there's only 3 2 bedrooms. So what's your process?
Thank you, Commissioner Tate. That's a great question. The way that Habitat does it is we follow the Housing and Urban Development Fair Housing laws. And what we do is we really put out the units seeking the number of people that can be served. One of the things that happens a lot in affordable housing is people start to count it by the door of what you create as opposed to the opportunity that you create. And so for Habitat, what we've found is that by doing multiple bedrooms, we're able to serve a lot of multi-generational families, which we see, and you certainly heard from your first applicant tonight in our community. And also that we are able to serve, you know, sort of that range. And so we sometimes do 1 bedrooms. We actually sometimes do studios, but we most often do 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms at Habitat as a way to serve more residents, more people, and to be able to serve families and multi-generational families. All of our homeowners are entered into a lottery. And they are selected through a lottery process. And so we work very hard to set people up for success, working with them and making sure they have their credit scores ready, making sure that they have sort of what we call pre-application workshops and understand what they need to do to get ready. We start this very early in the process once we start moving a project through entitlement, doing a lot of outreach and connection with the community and making sure that we can kind of, you know, geo-target and community target those residents. And then we enter the lottery process and move forward in that way. And so what we found is we've actually done a recent survey in our own organization across the Bay Area of housing. And what we found is this multiple mix of having 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom homes is a way to best support a broad swath of family makeup in today's environment. Many of our families, we did a survey of our families, over 50% are living in overcrowded conditions where they have, they're living in 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom apartments with, 5 residents or 6 residents in that household. And so trying to build more homes, more bedrooms in our units is a way to serve that population. I hope that answers your question. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable with the answer.
Okay. Keep going.
Well, I find that very limiting because it seems like you're only targeting one area of the population. And this is like an opportunity that doesn't arise very often here in Menlo Park. So that means that your 15 units for families, 4 bedrooms, but only 3 for a smaller unit. So that's a big chunk of the population that won't be able to take advantage of this situation. And there aren't any other for purchase units that are out there. So, and especially
we're working really hard, Commissioner Tate, to get as many opportunities as we can. And so 2 things I would say, yes, this is one property with 18 homes. We have a vision of building hundreds and hundreds of homes in our region. We're reaching out to communities to say, please partner with us. Let's find another property. Let's find another piece of land. Let's build some more homes and be sure we're kind of reaching that broad swath of community residents. So I understand in this particular development, it's limited, but as we grow across our region, we really, really work hard. And I would love to see us do many projects with the city of Menlo Park. You all are amazing. We want to do it and we want to make sure that we can. We took advantage of this opportunity when it came to us as it did. And so that's why we are where we are.
Okay, so you didn't seek any input whatsoever about the sizing. That's just a Habitat for Humanity, I should say, guideline or what your goals are. I'm just kind of confused on that.
Yeah, we strive really hard to have a mix of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom homes. We absolutely do, but we also take advantage of the opportunities that come in front of us. And this particular opportunity had some units with these larger bedrooms, which actually on the flip side is a community population that we're not always able to serve because we're so limited with our bedroom size. And so when you look at our portfolio wide development, we definitely, put this in that context. And secondly, like I said, we would love to be doing 300 homes in Menlo Park, and hopefully we will someday. So yeah.
Right. So I understand that, but I still need to be on record that I think that
I hear you. I absolutely hear you 100%.
Yeah, because there's plenty of families that are current people that are in Belhaven and around Menlo Park who don't have big size families. And so they will be excluded and not have the opportunity for home ownership because they chose not to have a big family or have a bunch of extended family. So I'm really not pleased with that aspect of this. And you were going into the education portion, which was my other question. So when you are going through this process early on and trying to help people with being credit ready, I take it that is a pretty nice sized chunk because most people don't have a 650 that fall into these categories here. So
correct. Yeah, and we're also working hard within our own organization to start to change our own policies around this so that we can sort of look at where people are and how do we get them where we want them to be. We believe that homeownership is a game changer. A lot of people talk about social justice and equity, but still continue to build 98% of affordable housing as rentals, which does help, but doesn't change the equation. And so we are definitely looking at other metrics at our affiliate right now and, welcome the conversation for anybody who has ideas about not just hanging it all on a credit score, but also looking at other metrics for sort of setting you up for success to become a homeowner. So I want you to know that. Also, we've had very good success at helping people through that year of time when they're contemplating entering the lottery and becoming a Habitat homeowner to take their credit score from where it currently might be to doing very simple things like paying their credit card bill twice a month instead of once a month, helping people understand sort of the way you move the needle on credit scores overall so that we can be a resource, connecting them with other resources in the community that help them improve that credit score. It's one metric, it's not the metric. And I want you to know that as well. We have a commitment. We are a social justice housing organization. We are committed to doing our best to make sure that we are constantly learning, constantly meeting people where they are and seeing how we can help people get from point A to point B so they can become successful homeowners. And so, I say that not lightly, and I say that with not just passion and vigor, but with a real commitment to doing this correctly.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there any way to revisit this mix and add more 2 bedrooms to the mix?
That I would have to turn to my team for because that's not the area that I specialize in, but maybe Peter, you could join me and help me out with this.
Yeah, Commissioner Tate, we hear you on that, but I do echo Maureen. We got to look beyond just this one project and look at kind of in totality, what can we do as a community to bring, you know, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4 bedrooms into the community. We'll take a look at this project and see what we can do. You know, I can't make any promises, but the one thing I will always commit to is just taking in the feedback and seeing what we can do and report back. So
Yeah.
I'll work with Maureen and her team to see what we can do, and we'll respond back to you via email or set up a meeting. So we'll just leave that there for now.
Yeah,
and
thank
we'll
you
get
for
back
that.
to you.
Actually, that would be great if you could share it with everyone, excuse me, instead of just me. Yeah, because of course, the family, that is something that we don't see regularly, not in apartments, and for surely, no for purchase units come online for BMRs. So it is a great thing, but I just feel that that it is discriminating against the smaller family in this particular area. And I know, you're excited that you're in Menlo Park and, oh yeah, you jumped on the opportunity, but it would be great to be able to share that with other family sizes. But thank you very much for answering my question.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your candor. It really helps us do what we do better. So thank you.
Commissioner Barnes.
Thank you for that, Chair Riccardi. And I want to thank the project applicant for bringing this project back again with the further refinements that you have. I was getting ready to give comments, but I'm realizing from a conflict of interest standpoint, I probably should bow out of this, and I'll tell you what it is. Studio T Squared is the project architect for a master plan development that it's in my portfolio. I work for the County of Santa Clara on the East Santa Clara site, and they are the project architect that were selected by core companies in Eden, 2 of my co-developers. So for that reason, there's a direct/indirect commercial relationship between my day job and this. So it feels a little bit uncomfortable. So for that reason, I want to let you know that I probably, I am going to recuse myself from this discussion, and I'll go off camera, having nothing to do with the quality of work that's going on with this project, but it's a little bit too close to my day job. So allow me to go off camera and recuse myself from this discussion. It may be overkill, but it just feels more comfortable to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Would you like to check with staff on that, or are you fine just making that decision yourself? I just wanted to.
Yeah, let me make that myself, because it also bleeds into my day job too, and I don't. It's not a conversation that I want to have in another context. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. Other commissioner questions or comments? Vice Chair Harris.
Yeah, just I just want to revisit the BMR discussion that we were having earlier. So in general, I would like to see developers stick to our inclusionary guidelines. The goal being integration. I did say that, however, in this situation, I think we have a great opportunity with Habitat for Humanity. But I just also want to put on record that this is something that I think when our city completes its analysis and changes to the BMR housing requirements as part of the housing element, that this type of situation should be analyzed, and we can figure out what otherwise I feel we could end up having developers coming and asking for a variance every time. And I think it would behoove us as a city to have a better understanding of what it is that what are our clear goals and strategies, and how do we want to meet them with BMR. And especially given that we want to create 1,700 BMR units outside of District 1, I think having some thoughts and clear goals and strategies of how to reach that, I think, is going to be important. And I would like to also make sure that it's clear to developers, so that as so that they don't have to keep coming back to the commission to, or to staff, that those sort of rules are clear. So that's kind of my main concern. I had another question, and I think I know the answer to this, but I would like to hear from somebody. I'm not sure who it is, but is there, is there a reason we could not have those BMR units targeted for folks in the Bellhaven neighborhood? I think this has been asked before, but maybe not in public. So if somebody could tell me if that's possible, and if not, remind me why that is not possible. I'm not sure if that's staff or the applicant.
Kyle, do you want to answer that or do you want?
Let's just take that on, yeah.
Yeah, Maureen, why don't you start and then maybe I can have Eric add
Okay.
to that.
Yeah, a really great question. And I think what I would say is, I think we still have some work to do with the city in partnership on the target areas of our outreach and the sort of resident makeup of our primary targets. What we will commit to and what we always do is really sit down with the city staff, with the commissioners, with the city council, and really map a plan of outreach for where we will be seeking applicants and really working with community-based organizations. Habitat happens to have a very strong relationship in Bellhaven. We're doing the work that, in addition to being home builders, we also do critical home repair. And the city of Menlo Park has funded our work in Bellhaven to do this work. So we really work very closely with the community side by side to do our outreach. And we've had very high success rates in getting those folks to actually be the applicants for the homes. There are things that cities can do, like a live work preference, et cetera, for coming in with as a partner in these projects. And we look forward to those conversations moving forward. So I know that doesn't answer the, how many and what we would do, but what I can tell you is it's my deep commitment to you as our organization to be partnering and working with the city, working with Payal and others, working with you as well as knowledge keepers and relationship keepers in the community to make sure that we are geo-targeting our outreach very specifically and very directly in your community for these homes.
Okay, thanks. I hear you on the outreach, and I think that's terrific. But when I'm hearing that you're getting 300 applications for 12 units, or I can't remember the
700.
That outreach is going to get us to maybe
Somewhere,
the
right?
to
Yeah.
apply, but I don't know how we can prioritize who actually gets those units and how we do that. And I'm not sure.
So let me just break it down super simplistically. The way it works out with sort of funding is when we are applying only county and state funding, we have to have a broader applicant pool. When we are applying city funding into projects specifically, we can then narrow our limitations and do a live work preference in a particular community. And by fair housing law, get sort of, not away with is the wrong word, but we have the license in order to do that. So what I would invite is just that we really deepen this conversation in the next couple of months and come up with a very clear plan that you and the rest of the city feels very strongly about. Payal's been fantastic and I think understands what we're trying to achieve. And I think then we can come back and sort of say, here's what we're thinking. Are we missing anything? And so I hope that for tonight, that'll at least be enough of an answer to get us to the next stage in the conversation.
Okay. Thank you. I had one more question, but I don't know if somebody else wanted to chime in on my first question before I ask my second question. Or is everybody happy with the answers? Okay. This is also for you, Maureen, Ms. Sidonian. If you could talk a little bit about the life of one of these projects. One of the other concerns I've always had is if the finishes are different in the area of the BMR units and versus the other units, what is going to happen over time? I want to ensure that the Habitat units are going to live up long-term, stand up to what the other units are going to be.
Yeah, well, two things I will say, and thank you for raising that. You know, all of the Habitat projects that we do, we use the highest grade and highest quality finishes that we can. We obviously, as affordable housing developers, are committed and concentrating on sort of building the units and finishing the units within our budget, right? And within the things that we prioritize to be important to the residents of and homeowners who we call our partner families. What I will say is, and I think this is one of the reasons that we did the tours, et cetera, is that, you know, we do have a very high standard. You know, are they different than a market rate for sale unit? Yes. Are they different than a market sale rental unit? Sometimes in small ways and sometimes not. And so I think I understand the concern. There's sort of been a bit of history. The other thing for Habitat is we deed restrict these homes and hold them in perpetuity in partnership with the city to be always affordable. And so really we're investing in the quality of the product ourselves to be, you know, to be long lasting, to be durable, to be, you know, we're not looking to do fast house building like fast fashion. We're looking to do high quality, as high as we can, products, finishes, and homes as we develop them. And so I think, you know, just know that that's not an area where we cut. It's an area where, because of our ubiquitous brand, because of our relationships, we do have some, you know, large scale product companies that partner with us and do in-kind or deeply discounted work with us. And, you know, Whirlpool is a really good example. Home Depot is a really good example. Simpson Strong Ties is a really good example. Most of these products are used by market rate developers in what they do. And so, you know, yes, we are building an affordable product. Is it going to look different to have, you know, a faucet that was purchased through build.com versus a high-end, you know, $600, you know, sink faucet? Yes. But is it going to be a really durable, really beautiful product in someone's home? 100%, absolutely. And so I guess I just want to make sure that we're clear about that. That's not a place where we're looking to value engineer our projects. We're working very hard every day to get the highest quality products from our partners across, you know, the networks that we have, both locally, statewide, and nationally as we work.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. I wanted to just take an opportunity to share my awe as I have studied this project and deepened my own personal knowledge of how Habitat works in these BMR situations. I do not come into this with perhaps the level of depth of familiarity that some of the other commissioners have, but I have a tremendous appreciation for the level of enthusiasm, education, support from the business side of things, for the financial side of things, the construction side of things, and the investment that residents who become homeowners are encouraged to develop and coached through and cultivated over the course of months and years of the process and then the home ownership. I do have one open question as it relates to the process. So I would appreciate clarifying for this audience and perhaps for the public how the sale of one of these units happens and how that works in the relationship with Habitat. We all know how important home ownership is and how important equity is for raising families up. So I think it's great to clarify that. I'll start that with that as part of my first process question.
Thank you, Commissioner Schindler, and I really thank you again for your comments and your question. You know, I guess I would say a couple of things. I would say one thing is that, you know, because we are this very unique unicorn in the world, where we not only build the homes as a general contractor and home builder, but that we have three legs of our stool. The other stool is really community and who we partner with at a city level. And we're very fortunate to have choices about which cities, which places we go. And the third really is this unique financing model that we have. And so we're very proud to say that, over 30 years, we have 270 homeowners who have helped us build a corpus of mortgages and mortgage receipts that we're able to leverage and bring to bear in this work. And we do this 0 down, 0% interest mortgage and cap people's housing expenses at 30%, so they can invest in their future, so that they can predict how much it's going to cost for them year 1 and year 10. And so the difference that I think the Habitat model brings is that, we're able to do that predictability and the stability building by being that mortgage lender. Now, we'll also say that, there's a couple of other ways that we are able to leverage and use these resources to continue to have mission impact. And one way is that we bundle our mortgages and we sell them to banks at a rate for CRA credits, and we're able to then take that capital and reinvest it in our programs and projects. And another way is that we hand select, and we're very lucky to be invited into this project by the Sobrato Family and Organization, where families invest in us. And we kind of bring that mutual trust and that mutual relationship and are able to leverage it to be able to ensure that these products get done on time, that they are done well, and that our families and the communities benefit. And I think the biggest frustration for me right now is that we need more projects. We need more partnership. We need more opportunity, because when I have to tell 480 families that they didn't get the home, or my staff has to do that, it's super sad to us. And so I think we really are trying to make sure that that we can deliver on our promise and our brand value, but we also are we don't do anything alone. We do this in partnership with the city. We do this in partnership with our families, most importantly. And we do this in partnership with our private developers like Sobrato, who are willing to say, we care about the same things you care about. And this isn't just about our bottom line. And I think Peter and his team and Christina can be very humble, but I'm telling you what, they make me want to show up every day at work and partner with them, because they mean what they say what they mean, and they help us get where we need to get. And I think the city as well. And so, this is, I know it's corny in this day and age to be talking about these things, but it really does matter. And the fact that you all are sitting here at 10:07 p.m. asking difficult questions, pushing and helping us be better, and making sure we make this project the best it can be, to me says a lot about why this is going to be such a great project and why we're so honored to be part of it. And it's not easy what we do. It's hard. It's hard work every single day. But I'll tell you what, when you see these families and they get selected, and I think to Commissioner Tate's point, we have to make sure we're serving a lot of people and we're doing it right and we're doing it well and we're kind of hitting that mark too. But we do have to take both care and attention to opportunities, and then we have to make those opportunities the best we can. And so I think that what I would say is just our commitment to helping families financially succeed, as well as using home ownership for that thing that so many of us. I mean, I come from a family of 12 children, where my family was lucky because my dad got a GI Bill loan and was able to buy a home, and that changed the trajectory of my family. And I know for so many families, Habitat changes that trajectory for their families, and they're able then to either go onto market rate, or they're able to grow their families, live in that home, and then be able to, when they're ready, sell that home back and get another family started on that journey. And that's the great work of what we do.
Thank you for that heartfelt and enthusiastic response. And may I ask just a final clarifying question at the end, right? The place where a family is ready to move on to a different homeownership experience. I know that there is a specific calculation for how that happens. Could you
Yeah.
just walk us through that.
Sure. So the shared equity
Grateful,
that
yeah.
Habitat offers is that families that are Habitat family members get every dollar of principal back that they pay in their mortgage, plus a little bit of CPI over time for what they've paid into that mortgage. And that helps them go on to either become market rate homeowners, or many times, honestly, to be in their 50s and 60s, moving to where their children may have relocated to, so they can be close to grandchildren or other family members or their family of origin. And so then that home gets fixed up by Habitat and our amazing staff and volunteers, and then gets put back through the same program and model that we have with the city in partnership to put that back out into the BMR market in your community for another family to take advantage. So on our chart I showed earlier, when we talked about those 2008 homes that we have in Menlo Park, We actually have one of those that's about to come back on the market. The family's going to sell back to us. And so that's how it works. And that cycle of turning those homes back to the next family that's ready and making sure, again, those homes get upgrades, they get ready for another family to come in there and they start their journey with 0 down, 0% interest mortgage to become first-time home buyers.
And if I may add, I think what Maureen is also just implying here is, these units are affordable in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Because it'll go from one homeowner back to Habitat. Habitat will resell. And when that new homeowner is ready to move on, they'll sell it back to Habitat. So it's always in the housing stock of Menlo Park in perpetuity.
Correct. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you. And I have one follow-up question, if I may, just before I'll hand it back to you, Chair DeCardi. In terms of community amenities, I know that there was feedback, I believe from the Planning Commission, but also from the community about the consideration of having circulation paths that deepen the connection between this development and Bellhaven, and specifically contemplating the idea of paths and connections to the Menlo Park Community Center, to Kelly Park. I was wondering to the applicants if this was an opportunity that was considered, if this was something that was analyzed, and if so, what was the outcome of that investigation?
I'll take that one. We are contemplating a connection to Kelly Park with another Sobrato project unrelated to this one. That is still underway. We're still exploring that option. But this project, where it currently sits, being framed by Constitution, Chrysler, Independence, there really is no connection to Kelly Park that we can provide because we don't control roads or lands that will connect this area to Kelly Park. Our other project does have an adjacency to Kelly Park, and that's why we're exploring that at this point in time. So again, we're doing what we can with the land that we own in the area. I hope that helps explain kind of our overall approach towards Menlo Park and the Bellhaven area.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Mhm.
I'll go ahead and offer, I have a couple questions and offer my thoughts on the 5 questions that Ms. Pagat put before this evening. Picking up where Commissioner Schindler just was, Mr. Tsai, on the community amenities. Did you run this by the community, the proposal of essentially more affordable rental housing as the community amenity? What kind of feedback did you get? Were there alternatives that the community was interested in?
For the most part, people were behind the additional housing. That again was the consistent theme that we heard. Was it, the only message we heard? No. There were others that were pushing for, again, better transportation or pharmacies or grocery stores. But, as we explained with this project, it's difficult for us to accommodate those. Those other amenities, because we have to stay within the community list. But, once we talked about, the physical constraints we have here, what we could provide, housing, came up again and again. So I would say the majority of the community was supportive of this.
That's very helpful. For me, on the community amenities, given the amount and number of projects and proposed amenities in the community, being connected to community members, engaged with them, having that feedback is the most important thing. That there is support makes sense to me. I'm pleased that you want to deliver the amenity yourself as opposed to putting money in lieu fees. This seems like it makes a lot of sense given the pressures in our community. So I'm supportive of the community amenities proposal. I've really appreciated the conversation this evening. The partnership you have with Habitat, the education I've gotten about integrating versus separate affordable housing. All that makes a lot of sense to me. Really appreciate Commissioner Tate, Vice Chair Harris, and others asking those questions, and I know you'll continue to build on those. But in general, just huge support for the partnership on the BMR housing, and excited to see that come to fruition in a way that works best for everybody in the community. On the potential intersection improvements through project-specific conditions, I get a little frustrated that we pay attention to level of service. We're never going to be able to create pipes big enough to get cars moving around in our community, but I don't really have, major comments on this. If in fact it is going to improve traffic in the immediate vicinity of the project, I'm agnostic in that mix, but overall, I think it's a mistake to keep on thinking that we're somehow going to improve overall traffic in that part of our community by continuing to just build more widened roads. I appreciate some of this is just to allow flow in different ways at intersections, and if that works well, that's fine. On the architectural design for the unit types and the requested waivers, I think it's a really good looking project. I think it fits in well. I think you've done a great job in moving from the different design types, how they work with each other, how they fit in. I appreciated Commissioner Riggs's comments about the apartments. I can understand that, and I believe it. I mean, I think one of the things that is hard is human scale development, especially when you've got large office type projects that have gone up, especially with the sort of design ethos around those in the last decade or so. Trying to have an apartment building that feels like it is approachable at a human scale. So I liked the comment. On the other hand, I think it looks pretty nice right now as well, and give you a lot of credit for your continued work on that. For the requested waivers, in general, they make sense to me. They fit especially around the partnership with Habitat for Humanity. I had one question, which is, I understand the need to de-link essentially the delivery of the affordable housing with the market rate housing, but do you have to completely de-link it? Ultimately, if something goes south with Habitat for Humanity, and why would it, I don't know, but just from protection from a community trying to deliver affordable housing, there's at least a part of me that would love to have something that would be pretty tangible for you all on the Sobrato side to have to lean into that and to make sure it got delivered. So is the de-linking like completely de-linked, or is there some way you could lag it by, I don't know, 6 months, a year? What's a reasonable de-linking timeframe between getting the market rate portion of this done and the affordable portion done? Does it have to be completely separate?
Well, the schedule is highly variable because of volunteer labor, but we can look at that more closely and see what the lag would be, or if there is any other mechanism in which we can try to link these a little bit more instead of completely delinking. Give us some time to think about that, and we can respond back.
If there's ever an organization that must have some metrics about what it's like to have volunteer labor deliver and build housing, I'd assume it's Habitat. So I think if you all can have that conversation, I'm not trying to make it unreasonable. I'm not trying to force either side on this, but I do think it's a protection for our community to make sure that we get affordable housing delivered. It's a frustration in many projects that we have in different contexts that the good stuff for the community ends up lagging by a very long time, and want to recognize that the affordable housing is a huge, I mean, it's the reason for the bonus level development, right? So we would love to have it as soon as possible. So thank you for considering that.
Yes.
And then finally on the site layout and including the proposed open space in Paseo, I think this is one of the most successful utilizations of Paseo and open space I've seen in these types of projects, and give you a lot of credit for that. That park actually looks inviting. It's kind of small, but big enough that you could see it being an anchor. You can see it from both ends. I think the Paseo kind of works in this mix much more successfully than a bunch of other projects where you sort of nod toward, oh yeah, it's going to be a park, but it's really like a bench and a tree or something like that. So, I think this one works pretty well as you move through the site, and that the whole layout in that mix, and give you credit for that, and certainly that part with the Paseo and the park in the mix. And finally, I just reiterate that I really kudos to you all for moving to an all housing project from what you first presented, and for the presentation and for the overall look and feel of the project. I think that's on course to be a fabulous addition to our community, and eager to see the next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Riggs.
I apologize for coming in with a late comment because I looked at that list of 5 and I had not planned on speaking to each one of them. It's not necessary, and you covered them very well, Mr. Chair. I did just want to lend my support to the suggested intersection improvements, not because there's any particular one that I'm eager to see, but because I do, to some degree, see it through the same lens as Mr. DeCardi, that one simply cannot solve transportation problems by adding lanes. That's usually the worst solution, particularly in the larger pipes, which be the freeways and the expressways. However, for a given project, we already knew when we struggled through Connect Menlo that we were going to make a mess of things with this level of development. So we really do need to keep the old rusty pipes working the best we can until Chris and I and some others can get past this incredible frustration we're trying to get public transportation moved forward in Menlo Park. We may do that yet, but in the meantime, just support there. So thank you.
Other commissioner comments or questions on this project? And I want to preview a little bit that as soon as we're done with this, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we're going to check with staff on what they want to do with our next agenda item, and including each of the commissioners about their potential to stay past 11. So just to do a sight line about what's coming before us, but where we are right now, other commissioner questions or comments on this item before us this evening? Let me check with Ms. Begat. Ms. Begat, have you gotten generally what you need from us this evening, or is there anything that's missing from your perspective?
No, we have what we need. Thank you so much for the discussion. It was really helpful.
All right, so no more needs on the staff on this. All right, final commissioner comments? All right, with that, I am going to close this, which I believe was item G1 and study session 1 this evening. And thank you to the applicants. Thank you to our EIR consultant, and best of luck moving the project through.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your time.
Thanks all.
All right, it is 10:23. I'm going to say let's take a 5-minute break for people right now, and come back ready to say whether you can stay past 11. And the first thing I'm going to do is turn to Ms. Sandmeyer when we get back to help us navigate what we should do given the projects that's before us and the time we have this evening. So we'll be back at 10:28. little colder. That's awesome. All right, to the commissioners who are on Zoom, the commissioners are back here. If you could come back on camera, and welcome back Commissioner Barnes. Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner Tate, Commissioner Schindler. So in checking with staff here during the break, so we've got H1 and I1 are the associated items. So same project. One's the scoping session for the EIR and then the study session for the project. What would be helpful to keep things moving is to complete at least the EIR scoping session this evening so that feedback can be taken and then that can continue. But the applicant's checked with staff and is okay with if we continue item I1 essentially to a future meeting. But with that, in a half an hour, we may or may not get through that first item H1. We could get close to it, and I know we'll ask for presentations to be as succinct as possible in that. This also applies if we do it this way. I know there are a lot of people who are still here and with us this evening, and if you were interested in item I1, we deeply apologize that you've been with us, and it looks like we're going to be continuing that to another meeting. So I'm actually going to turn to staff, and if generally that's what we want to try to do, Ms. Sandmeyer, do you want to walk us through the procedural steps that we should take and when we should take them to make that happen?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. Definitely the EIR scoping session is time sensitive, and then will likely be at 11, hopefully not later when that completes. And then I think there could be a vote to continue the study session.
All right, so you'll, when we complete item H1, we'll take the vote to continue item I1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It is our practice that if we have to go past 11, that we actually have to affirmatively have a majority of commissioners willing to do that. As long as we've paused procedurally here, can we just, this is not going to go forever past 11, but are there commissioners that can or cannot? This is not going to be simple. So thank you. A thumbs up, Commissioner Schindler, you can stay. I can stay. Commissioner Doe, Commissioner Harris, not Commissioner Riggs. All right, well, we'll at least have a majority that can stay to complete the item if we have to, or to at least be able to. And just if we're taking a vote to continue item I1, if we have a majority of the commission here who can then vote to continue it, that would take care of it. Is that right, Ms. Sandmeyer?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right. So that's how we're going to proceed this evening. Any questions from commissioners about what we're doing here at this moment? All right, I've got a lengthy introduction, so you can collect your thoughts. This is item H1, excuse me, H, public hearing 2. This is item H1. H1 and I1 are associated items with a single staff report. H1, request for an environmental impact report and EIR scoping session for the Parkline Master Plan project to comprehensively redevelop an approximately 63.2 acre site located at 301 and 333 Ravenswood Avenue and 555 and 565 Middlefield Road. The proposed project would redevelop SRI International's research campus by creating a new office research and development transit-oriented campus with no net increase in commercial square footage, up to 550 new rental housing units with a minimum of 15% of the units available for below market rate households, new bicycle and pedestrian connections, and approximately 25 acres of publicly accessible open space. The proposed project would demolish all existing buildings, excluding buildings P, S, and T, which remain on site and operational by SRI and its tenants. The proposed project would organize land uses generally in 2 land use districts within the project site, including 1, an approximately 10-acre residential district in the southwestern portion of the project site, and 2, an approximately 53-acre office R&D, that's research and development district, that would comprise the remainder of the project site. In total, the proposed project results in a total of approximately 1,898,931 square feet, including approximately 1,380,332 square feet of office R&D and approximately 518,599 square feet of residential uses, including up to 450 rental residential units. In addition, the proposed project would establish a separate parcel of land that is proposed to be leased to an affordable housing developer for the future construction of a 100% affordable housing or special needs project, which would be separately rezoned as part of the proposed project for up to 100 residential units, in addition to the residential units proposed within the residential district, and which is not included in the residential square footage calculations as the square footage has not been determined. The EIR will study 2 potential project variants, one that includes an approximately 2 million gallon buried concrete water reservoir and associated facilities, and one that includes an additional 50 residential units for a total of up to 600 dwelling units, inclusive of the standalone affordable housing building. The project site is zoned C-1X, that's Administrative and Professional District Restrictive, and governed by a conditional development permit, CDP, approved in 1975, subsequently amended in 1978, 1997, and 2004. Proposed project is anticipated to include the following entitlements: general plan amendment, text and map, zoning ordinance amendment, rezoning, conditional development permit, development agreement, architectural control for potential future design review, heritage tree removal permits, vesting tentative map below market rate, BMR housing agreement, and environmental review. A notice of preparation, NOP, for the proposed project was released on Friday, December 2nd, 2022. The NOP provides a description of the proposed project, the location of the proposed project, and the probable environmental effects. The EIR will address potential physical environmental effects of the proposed project as outlined in the California Environmental Quality Act, that's CEQA. An initial study was not completed. As it is anticipated, this will be a full EIR and no topic areas will be scoped out with the exception of agriculture and forestry resources, mineral resources, and wildfire that are topic areas that are not anticipated to require further analysis. The project site is located within a quote transit priority area end quote is defined and thus pursuant to the Public Resources Code section 21099, aesthetic and parking impacts are not considered significant impacts on the environment. Accordingly, the analysis in the EIR will reflect this statutory directive. Nevertheless, the city still retains authority to consider aesthetic impacts pursuant to its design review authority. The city is requesting comments on the scope and content of this EIR. Project location does not contain a toxic site pursuant to section 6596.2 of the government code. Comments on the scope and content of the EIR are due by 5 p.m. Monday, January 9th, 2023. And with that, I will turn it over to staff.
Good evening again, Chair DeCarty and Commissioners. So I have a small presentation or try to keep it short. Vaughn, can you pull that up? So this is for the Parkline project, and we'll be focusing on the environmental impact report scoping session tonight. Next slide. So I'll just kind of focus on the EIR scoping session since sounds like the study session will be continued. So the purpose of the scoping session is for input on the scope and content of the EIR. And no actions will be taken tonight, and the public comment on the notice of preparation ends on January 9th. That should be 2023. Mistake there. So City Council will consider certification of the final EIR and most of the land use entitlements. And next slide. And this slide just shows the project location. So it's existing SRI campus. It shows the proximity to downtown, the Caltrain station, Burgess Park, and El Camino Real. And next slide, please. So the existing site is approximately 63 acres in size. It contains 38 buildings. The existing land uses are office, R&D, and supporting uses, and there are approximately 1,100 employees there today. So this is the most recent site plan for the proposed project. 35 of the existing buildings would be demolished. The proposal is for a mixed-use development. The building shown in yellow would be a residential district for approximately 450 residences with 15% below market rate units. And the applicant is also proposing a separate parcel to be dedicated to an affordable housing developer, and that would be up to 100 units. And then the remainder of the site would be a non-residential, basically R&D and office district. And the project includes 25 acres of publicly accessible open space. So the recommended meeting format for the EIR scoping session is a staff overview of the proposed project, presentation by the applicant, presentation by the city's EIR consultant, public comments on the EIR scope, commissioner questions on the scope, commissioner comments on the scope, and then the close of the scoping session public hearing. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. And so next we'll go to the applicant.
Any questions of Ms. Sandmeyer from commissioners? Commissioner Barnes.
So I'm super appreciative of the bifurcation of what we're going to do this evening. Are we in part two of this going to hear a redux of the presentation by the applicant? Because depending on when this comes back, I may not be fresh again, and I'd love to, although it's going to be repetitive, my mind only captures things for a certain period of time. So I'd love to hear a redux of it, and I wanted to check in on that.
Yeah, through the chair, that is the plan. It'll need to come back next year, 2023, so there'll definitely be an overview again of the project.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Good question. Any other questions? All right, to the applicant, thank you for bearing with us this evening. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Chair DeCarty and members of the commission, city staff, and members of the public. I represent the applicant, Mark Murray with Lane Partners. In the interest of time, I'm going to turn things over to Tom Yee with Studios Architecture to talk a little more about the design, to try to move forward with the scoping session. But again, we'll be back probably in a couple months to do the study session presentation, have a more robust presentation there. But again, here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much and appreciate you adjusting on the fly this evening. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Yee. I'm with a principal of Studios Architecture. Thank you for having us this evening, Commissioner DeCarty, Vice Chair Harris. So I'd like to go through the presentation very briefly. Corinna explained the project location and the site. Next slide, please. These are some of the goals that we established for the site at the very beginning of over a year and a half ago. The residential, the sustainability issues, tree preservation. There are about 1,375 existing trees on the site. We're retaining over half of them through our site planning. Open space, as we mentioned, 25 acres of publicly accessible open space because the current site is a fenced off property, 63 acres, which we're transforming to publicly accessible land and both programmed, active and passive open spaces. Next slide, please. And on the master plan, as Corinna mentioned, the land uses here are fairly straightforward. A 63-acre site, Ravenswood on the top, Laurel on the left, Middlefield on the right. On the left part of the site in yellow are 3 to 4 buildings of residential apartments in the R1, R2, and R3 buildings. This is all explained in the packet that you received. And then townhouses to the south, just north of Burgess Park neighborhood, Burgess Classics neighborhood. Those are 2-story townhouses to, again, address the scale transition between Burgess Classics and the residential buildings that work up Laurel up to Ravenswood. SRI is retaining 3 existing buildings that you see in blue there. Building P, S, and T. S and T are at the south portions of the site. Those will, SRI is consolidating their operations into those 3 buildings and for their operations in the future. So the 35 remaining buildings, which will be removed, will be transformed to office, R&D, and life science uses. You can see those are situated in the 5 buildings in light blue. There will be an amenities building for the tenants to the left above the parking garage number 3, and a community building on the upper right next to the church. The open space is accessible. It's being programmed. We've got the active, passive uses. We're proposing a recreational field on the upper right near Ravenswood and Middlefield. And the other aspect of the property is circulation. We are very, we've added and included major pedestrian pathways to the site, north along Ravenswood through the site, north and south, and diagonally across the site. Improved access from the west on Laurel through the site toward the middle. We have class 1 bike lanes crossing the site along the Loop Road, which is a private road that you see circulating through the site, as well as consideration of a class 4 bicycle lane along Laurel. Through our outreach programs with the community, bike safety was a very big concern along Laurel. So class 4 is a separated bicycle pathway especially for kids going up and down Laurel. And they have the opportunity to crisscross the site over to Menlo Atherton. And again, the idea is to make the open space active, passive, crisscross with pedestrian bicycle pathways to create better access to the site, create better safety for bicycle pathways and for folks using those modes of transportation. Located near Caltrain, so taking advantage of the transportation-oriented design aspects. All right. And we're both Mark and I are open to any questions, but in the interest of keeping this going this evening, we can conclude here and address any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, appreciate you adjusting for us on the fly this evening. The next step will be, I believe, to our EIR consultant. Is that right, Ms. Sandmeyer? But are there questions for the applicant in advance of that from any commissioners? Commissioner Barnes.
So I do have a couple questions on what they presented, but I'll be respectful to the process and the sequencing of how we're going to do this. I mean, I could ask some questions about the site plan. Does it contemplate certain things? And talk further about that. But if we're going to come back to this, you tell me, Chair, or Chair through staff, how we should progress this. Should we not even go into it and go directly to the EIR? Should we be touching on some of these issues related to the project? How do you want to do this?
My suggestion, Commissioner Barnes, would go to the EIR. If after the EIR consultant has spoken that you got comments germane to the EIR where you would like to ask questions of the applicant, then perhaps you could come back to it at that point. But I think any other questions of the applicant about the project is going to be under what is currently item I-1, which we're going to vote to continue until January. So again, we'll get the full presentation at that point. We'll have the opportunity for full public comment, broad questioning of the applicant at that point. Does that give you some guidance?
It does. So in the context of clarifying questions, my clarifying questions would be unrelated at this point to the EIR because I haven't heard that yet. So by definition, I won't have anything, but thank you for that.
All right, Ms. Sandmeyer. So we're going to the EIR consultant, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. Thank you for coming to the scoping session for the Parkline Master Plan project. My name is Jessica Veramontes, and I work for the environmental consulting firm ICF. We will be preparing the environmental review component for the project, and I'm the project manager. Should you have any questions after the presentation regarding the environmental review process, I will respond to them accordingly. Next slide, please. My presentation will cover the scoping process and the environmental review process. I will also explain how to submit comments on the scope of the EIR and describe the next steps. Next slide, please. The EIR team consists of the City of Menlo Park as the lead agency, meaning they have the principal responsibility for carrying out the project. ICF will be the lead EIR consultant and will prepare all sections of the EIR with assistance from Hexagon for the transportation analysis, KMA for the housing needs assessment, and West Yost for the water supply assessment. Next slide, please. The EIR is a tool for identifying physical environmental impacts by using the analysis conducted by our EIR team. The EIR is also used to inform the public and decision makers about a project prior to project approval, recommend ways to reduce impacts, and consider alternatives to lessen identified physical environmental impacts. Next slide. The EIR will summarize the environmental setting and regulatory setting, as well as evaluate potential environmental impacts. With respect to the two scenarios that will be evaluated in the EIR, which are the 100% office scenario and the 100% R&D scenario, each section in the EIR will evaluate the most intense scenario for the issue being analyzed. This will ensure that the EIR evaluates the proposed project's maximum potential environmental impact and that any future tenant mix is within the scope of the evaluation in the EIR. Variants are variations of a project at the same project site with the same objectives, background, and development controls, but with additions and changes from the project, whose inclusion may or may not reduce environmental impacts. As mentioned previously, the EIR will evaluate the variants, which are the emergency reservoir variant and the increased residential variant, in detail equal to that of the proposed project. Next slide, please. The EIR will analyze the proposed project will analyze whether the proposed project would have a significant environmental impact related to the issues shown on this slide. With respect to aesthetics, this issue will likely be exempt, but will also likely be analyzed in some capacity for informational purposes. The EIR will also include a section for impacts found to be less than significant, including the following issues: agricultural and forestry resources, mineral resources, and wildfire. In addition, alternatives to the project will be analyzed to potentially reduce identified impacts. CEQA guidelines requires the evaluation of a no project alternative. Other alternatives will also be considered and will comply with CEQA. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general steps involved with the CEQA process for this project. As most of you know, the NOP, which we will discuss next, was released earlier this month on December 2nd. The NOP comment period, which is the scoping period, ends on January 9th, 2023. Following the close of the scoping period, we'll begin preparing the draft EIR. When the draft EIR is released for public review, a public hearing will be held to solicit comments on the adequacy of the EIR. Then a final EIR will be prepared that will address all of the comments received during the draft EIR review period. A certification hearing for the final EIR will be held before the Planning Commission and City Council. After the EIR is certified, the project can then be approved. Following approval of the project, a notice of determination is issued. Next slide. As discussed previously, we are currently in the scoping phase of the project. This is the initial stage of the EIR process. The purpose of the scoping phase is to gather public input, identify key environmental issues, identify possible mitigation measures, and consider possible project alternatives. I want to note that the intent of tonight's meeting, as well as the scoping phase, is not focused on comments on the project itself or its merits. Instead, comments should be focused on the potential environmental impacts of the project. Next slide, please. You can submit comments on the scope of the EIR via email or via letter to Karina Sandmeyer, Acting Principal Planner with the City of Menlo Park. You can also speak tonight and we will note your comments and consider them during the preparation of the draft EIR. All comments must be received by January 9th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Thank you again for coming tonight and we look forward to receiving your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Viramontes. Any clarifying questions before we turn to public comment? And then we'll have an opportunity to come back as commissioners for questions, comments, and input into the EIR. But for right now, before we go to public comment, any clarifying questions? All right, let's open public comment. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. At this time, I see a couple of hands raised, so I'm happy to go through that with your permission. So we'll have, it looks like 3 commenters now have raised their hands. To start with, I have someone by the name of Peter. Peter, I'm going to let you unmute yourself and we will begin the timer. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you could please provide your name and jurisdiction at the start of your comment, that'd be greatly appreciated. You'll be able to speak at this time. Thank you.
Hi, Planning Commission. My name is Peter Chow. I'm a resident here in the Burgess community adjacent to the site. What I wanted to do is just express my continued concern for the number of housing units. The community here has been very vocal about maintaining the original plan, which was 400 units, and we worked and with the Lane partners and expressing our concern. But now this additional study is for additional 50 units. That was not originally contemplated, and so I will be listening and paying attention closely to the impact report, environment impact report, as well as the transportation demand management studies. So want to continue to express my concerns and for not only the well-being of the local community here in the Burgess community, but all of Menlo Park, because we do understand that along Ravenswood and Middlefield is a high impact traffic zone area. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is a person named Jenny Michelle. I'm going to unmute you, and again, please provide your name and jurisdiction at this time. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, neighbors, staff. My name is Jenny Michelle from the Coleman Place Neighborhood Block, and I am very excited about this project. But I want to actually, opposite of the previous speaker, want to encourage the applicant to be more aggressive with your housing and your specific approach to meeting and exceeding our residential housing obligations and needs for all residents of all income brackets, right? But how is the applicant being tied to the fair housing development in this specific way? So I'm just trying to have the applicant and the commissioners and the public tie this together for all the residents who don't understand our obligations here. I'm also interested in pressing the housing, or I'm sorry, the parking mandates. I think we should reduce the minimums to include loading and ADA parking only. We should encourage slow streets to address the safety concerns that we have with high traffic with single-use vehicles. And I think there should be robust public outreach, specifically addressing this delta where our population doesn't understand what is being required of us to develop fair housing in all of our districts and neighborhoods, including the low density neighborhoods that are almost specifically using this vehicle traffic to get through to where the food is, right? So that's where the 10-minute neighborhood comes in. So thank you for allowing me to speak again, and I appreciate your public service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is named Sue Connolly. I'm going to unmute you at this time. If you could please provide your name and jurisdiction, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sue Connolly, and I too am a resident of Burgess Classics, and I grew up in the area here too, so I love Menlo Park, and I'm very much in support of intelligent development, but I am genuinely concerned about the scope of the SRI project. And again, we here at Burgess Classics, the 33 homes here are actually a legacy of SRI property that they sold back in 99 to develop in order to raise funds. So I want SRI to be successful. We really appreciate them. Yet my concern is that there are many outside advocacy groups that are pushing very hard to increase the amount of housing in this one lot. And this is also prior to the Stanford project, Middle Plaza opening up, and the traffic and school impact, water, infrastructure costs, plus what Springline will be also adding to this very high concentrated area. At 400 plus 50 to 100 affordable housing units over and above the BMR 15%, it already is a monumental amount on an area that's already getting stressed already. My chief concern is also the traffic safety, because Laurel Street is a primary artery and it's a safe streets, safe bike lanes path. And there are still concerns about driveways for 450 units dumping right onto Laurel Street, which is already gridlocked and congested. The other issues are that the water, I'm really glad that they're planning on building a water reservoir, but just overall, and especially in view of the 123 Independent Drive earlier spoken about, we have a major drought continuing and probably prolonged for who knows how many decades further, and we keep adding more and more people and such high densities. So I think that rather than conceding to all the outside pressures for increasing the amount of housing, we need to reuse and rethink the other areas that we have available around Menlo Park and not make a completely deadlocked and gridlocked Ravenswood and Laurel area corridor. Thank you very much, Planning Commissioners, for staying so late, and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is named Brittany Baxter. I'm going to let you unmute yourself. You can provide your name and jurisdiction. You may now speak. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Brittany Baxter, District 3 resident. Try to be quick. I think there are a lot of really great structural elements in this project that I hope can be studied in the EIR. So just wanted to ask about a couple of those. Overall, I'm really excited by the project's potential to just kind of be a great example of kind of a future beyond cars. It's so central to downtown. It's so walkable. I think we all hate, car traffic and kind of being stuck in traffic. But I think with the walkable amenities around that location, it's an area that I walk to often. I think it's a really cool opportunity. So having heard earlier in tonight's meeting that, those existing conditions factor heavily into the EIR. I know I'm personally able to meet a lot of my daily needs by just actually walking around the neighborhood, walking to downtown. So just hoping we can study those existing amenities to the fullest. I also do like the idea of the increased residential variant. To me, it's really appealing because I think this is a once in a multi-generational opportunity for this parcel to turn over. It's been, since I think the 60s when a lot of these buildings were built. And so as I think to the future with more people walking and biking and taking transit, we're right by Caltrain, we're right by the schools. That is really fantastic to just be able to locate those homes in a place that makes sense, again, for people to have other options other than vehicles. I also wanted to ask if there's an opportunity to study options that do have that reduced parking minimum, again, to sort of create those right conditions for people to ditch their cars, walk or bike around. In terms of circulation impacts, I do really like that the site plan for this location opens up a lot of bike and ped routes that make it easier to kind of crisscross by Menlo Park, by a lot of our schools, get to the train, get to downtown. And so in terms of circulation benefits, I actually feel that that could be an improvement, especially as we think about, again, alternatives to cars. And according to our housing element, I know that right now 96% of people who work here in Menlo Park, who are already here every day, part of the community, are commuting into the city from somewhere else. So again, given that location next to the train, given that there is no net increase in office space, but that we are adding homes to the community, I do wonder if there's any way to kind of study that as well, given that we have people coming in to work and at the end of the day, maybe driving to an area that doesn't have great public transit. Just seeing if there's any way to kind of map that circulation plan a little bit better. Overall, really excited to have this project in the neighborhood, really appreciate the open dialogue and just excited to see what transpires. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have two hands raised that remain. The next is a person named Steve P. I'm going to unmute you at this time. Please provide your name and jurisdiction to start. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, hi, my name is Steve Pang. I'm an owner in one of the Burgess Classic communities since it opened up in 1999. And a couple quick comments. With regard to the Park Lane project, I've been involved from the start and have attended most of the feedback sessions. And I have to say that most of us are sort of disappointed in Park Lane that none of the real significant points that we've provided have been adopted, and basically we feel neglected and ignored, particularly like the number of units that we were talking about, the egress of the cars, of all the units onto Laurel Street instead of Ravenswood, the bicycle path connectivity behind Burgess Classics communities, and the potential gathering of say unhomed peoples behind, which is really a problem right now. It's funny, I at least don't feel like any of my comments have been addressed successfully by Park Lane. A couple quick points before I finish. With regards to reducing parking spaces in these developments, that to me seems like a non-starter, because these units are rental properties where people live there maybe 2-3 years. And honestly, as a car owner, if I know I'm going to live a place only for 2-3 years, I'm not going to ditch a car and just have to buy a new one back several years later. So anyone reasonably renting these places, to me, will seem like will hang on to their cars. And so there is that issue of a lot of cars, up to 600 new cars, maybe 1,000 cars in the neighborhood, and that's a real problem. My final comments are with regards to the environmental impact report. Exactly, there's potentially 1,000 more cars in the neighborhood, and we'd like to know how that's going to be addressed. Is that going to be examined? Where's this traffic going to go to on Ravenswood, Laurel, and how's it going to impact our neighborhood as well as adjoining neighborhoods? And the last one, my last comment was with regards to the dedication of a certain part of land to a homeless organization or some other organization. I heard what was happening with Independence Drive. It Habitat Humanity with a nice plan, and something more definitive needs to be set down before any approval comes into play. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last hand raised is a person named Gail Gorton. I'm going to let you unmute yourself at this time. You'll have 3 minutes. Please provide your name and jurisdiction to start. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gail Gorton, a Burgess Classic resident. Thank you for your time tonight. What has been the primary focus of this project is the housing portion. People seem to have forgotten that there will be thousands of employees coming and going from the site 5 days a week. The additional congestion that this development is going to create is not limited to the housing portion. Traffic light changes at the corner of Laurel and Ravenswood have not helped currently, and there are going to be track changes in the future, train track changes at Alma and Ravenswood. And I'm wondering if these are being taken into consideration in the EIR. In terms of the EIR, it's my understanding it doesn't include the Burgess Classic Neighborhoods request to study and include an alternative option of no vehicular access on Laurel Street to the large apartment complex. The fact this was not included, despite what was my understanding from Lane developers saying it would be studied, is disconcerting. The Park Line project has continued to increase in size. Yet last month, Stanford's Hoover Institute released a new study, which I suspect you are aware of, stating that in 2021, California lost 152 corporate headquarters, more than double the totals for each of the 3 years from 2018 to 2020. I encourage the Planning Commission and the City Council to consider how their current decisions are impacting the future of Menlo Park. I understand you are trying to meet housing element numbers, but those numbers are going to be changing as the business climate changes here in California. With the USGS site opening up, there will be further opportunity to meet the numbers required. I'm asking the Planning Commission to keep the original number of the apartment complex proposal at 400 units, not to increase it to 450. The increase in unit seems to be driven by a goal to get to 68 units designated as low and moderate income households. 15% of 450 is 68. Parkline has agreed to this. However, if you increase 15% by a mere 2 points to 17 and do the math, 17% of 400 also equals 68. Considering all the Lane Partners has to gain in this endeavor, I can't imagine they would say no. I'm also asking the Planning Commission to require all apartment parking be underground. This large 3 to 5 story apartment complex is not in any way congruous to the neighborhood where all current residences are 1 or 2 stories. Lastly, I encourage the Commission to emphasize active land use, not just pretty paths for our children and families. Burgess Park is already packed and cannot accommodate our new neighbors. The many individuals and families who will be living in this densely populated development need usable outdoor space for their mental and physical health. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
And Chair DeCardi, through the chair, there are no other hands raised at this time. If you'd like, you could feel free to close or continue waiting public comment.
Just give it a second. All right, still none?
That is correct. I apologize. We did not give an opportunity for a member of the public to come forward, so.
By all means, please come forward.
Thank you for having me tonight, commissioners, and thank you for your presentation tonight. I feel like we've had a great education tonight. I love the 1, 2, 3 independence and what they went over, and how a housing project and how they brought the community together and how detailed it was. That was great. And then we've been talking about this project with Parkline. I appreciate the Classics neighborhood, and I agree with most of the comments that have been made about the size of the project. I'm still a little unclear about the count. I think it's 450 plus 100 plus 50, so a total of 600. But if somebody has a better answer, let me know. But I just look at the documents and that's what it comes up to. I've commented on some of this before, but I'll just hit the highlights. And one is the traffic and the safety. Yes, it's a big deal about all the traffic coming out onto Laurel, but also onto Pine, across from Pine Street. That's a disaster right there. Right now, you can't even turn right and turn left as it is. And so with that many more cars, it's never going to work. So they really need to just abort that entry. And I don't have the answer for it, but maybe with some further study in the minds, and they can come up with other suggestions. Because I don't want to say that it's not a great project and we need the housing. I'm just saying the envisioning of it right now. The second thing is the building setback. It would be good that it's not so close to the road. And I think along with the building setback, it's a housing height and the number of stories. During the pre-meetings that we had with Lane Partners and with the architect, we went over many things, but one of them was the height of the building along Ravenswood and Laurel, and keeping with the neighborhood. 1 to 2 stories would be great. And then setback, and then as you go, so that you can have the residential character, because that side has been on Menlo Park for 70 years. So that's about when those houses were built. And then so I'm saying that the building height along those streets is just too tall. And I can see it as an architect that is like a 4-story building. Originally it was 1 to 2, then it's 3, now it's 4, and it blocks off all the sun in the morning coming onto that intersection at Laurel and Ravenswood. And then the final thing is the site master planning and design of it. I think get as much housing as you can, but I think get it in a way that doesn't impact the neighborhood. And also, in terms of a master plan for SRI, I look at it and I've done hundreds of master plans for large projects like hospitals and research labs. And to me, either having an iconic building or something that has the labs with the spaces that are for collaboration, they just have a great opportunity. And right now they've turned it into a residential. And I'm not sure why. Maybe if I understood the program better, I could speak better to that. Thank you very much. And my name's Philip Barr, and I'm a resident of on Pine Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more public comment? Hands, Mr. Bruder?
At this time, I see no more.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. That brings it back to the dais. Again, we're not voting on anything. This is for commissioner feedback or questions relevant to the EIR this evening. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. Recognizing the time, I'll try to be brief. I would like to know how we would phrase, and I guess this would be through the chair to staff, how we will address the impacts relative to the current situation. Are we addressing the proposal and their variance compared with the square footage of SRI or of the actual average occupancy over the last several years? I ask this in the context, remembering that when we studied projects for El Camino Real going back 10 years, we realized we had to compare the impacts with recent usage, not with the fully occupied usage, since the projects had been very much underpopulated for many years.
It's a question to staff.
A question to staff, yes. Are we comparing with theoretical occupancy or actual occupancy of the last, say, 3-4 years?
Karina, I can take this if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to clarify the project team, including the city staff, are currently confirming the approach for the CEQA baseline, which will be, what we use to measure the project impacts against as well as the project variance. And so we're still working through those kind of questions. It'll likely be the, the baseline at the timing that the NOP was released. And I just also wanted to clarify that we will likely be studying an actual existing conditions at the site.
I apologize. Our audio has not been what it used to be, and the rapidity of your speech coupled with that makes it a little bit hard to follow, frankly, what you just said. But I think you ended by saying the baseline would be actual recent usage.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then in terms of the projected occupancy of the either office or R&D buildings, am I correct? We're using for office space 250 square foot per occupant?
I believe that we're still working through those questions as well, but we'll be sure that the generation rate for employees will be conservative enough so that the impacts identified in the EIR will capture the possible future tenant mix and employees that will be generated by the project.
I appreciate that, because my concern is these are, in a sense, these are spec office buildings. And they could just as well be occupied by startups and by other tech-oriented companies with relatively high density use of desks, as they could be by VCs with very low use of desks. And although we are hearing of companies that are only asking their employees to come in a certain number of days per week. Even, for example, my friend's company, they gather once per week, but on that one day, they all come in. So that would be relevant. And And then for the project variant with increased housing, I probably read and forgot how much increased housing that would be. I mean, right now we have 550 as the outside. Would the variant be the 550, or is the variant going to be something like 700, 800?
The variant would be 50 more residential units under the project, so it would be a total of 600 units.
All right. I would like to suggest that since it's a variant for the sake of an environmental review, that the difference between the proposed and the variant be significantly different. And so I would suggest at least 150 additional units, if not 250, which, you know, to those listening, that does not in any way imply that I think the project should be larger. It does mean that we would like the information that would result from seeing additional housing here. We still don't fully know until the EIR comes out whether having more housing here is actually a benefit to transportation, for example. Because if the vast majority of people who work here, and the SRI campus until recent years was a significant draw for people, they've all been driving in. If this changes to more transit-oriented development, sometimes the new housing on site will have a back effect on those who commute in. And perhaps that's wishful thinking, but the EIR, I think, is more likely to tell us than my guessing or anyone else's. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Vice Chair Harris.
Yes, thank you so much for that introduction. I would agree with my colleague, Commissioner Riggs, that to study just 50 more units is going to be less, going to give us less information than studying at least 150 to 200 additional units. And I can't remember, but I don't think that that's coupled with reduced office. But I'm wondering if it would be possible to do a variant where we are increasing the housing coupled with reducing the office as we struggle with our housing situation. Because as I was looking at the map, I was thinking, God, that existing building F, if after the rest were done, they moved those folks to some of these newer offices, that would provide a nice extra area right over in the residential zone to build a lot more housing. So that's a thought. And then the other was to think about reducing the parking. We talk about this about every time, but reducing the parking significantly. So that would be something else that I would want to see studied. Brief thoughts.
Commissioner Doe.
I agree with the previous comments, and I just want to add on to Vice Chair Harris's comment about drastically reducing parking. I think later on the staff report, I think some parking rates from the Bayfront area are cited, and I just wanted to add that this is an area much closer to transit than the Bayfront with the Caltrain and the El Camino Real bus route. So I think even with that, within a half mile, so I just want to echo what Vice Chair Harris said.
Commissioner Barnes.
Question through the chair to staff, in particular to the good folks who are doing the legwork on the EIR. And this is kind of a process question because I don't really understand how this works, and to the extent you can help me understand, it'd be fantastic. And what it's specific to is to the question around parking. and more specifically, to the extent to which the EIR can illuminate the various discussions around parking. And to say more about that, we have a lot of discussions about reducing the number of spaces, and we have assumptions about reductions in greenhouse gases associated with that, reductions in congestion associated with that. And then we also make assumptions around reductions being doable, feasible, actually in practice working. And I don't have any background in this. I think the suppositions around reducing parking are good. What I'd like to know is the EIR the mechanism that can illuminate a data-based approach to what happens when you reduce parking, what are the specific impacts of those? Has it borne out in other jurisdictions? What's the role of the EIR specific to parking and the discussions around parking? I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Sure, I can tackle that one, and others can add on as needed. I do want to clarify that an EIR is not the mechanism for analyzing the impacts of reducing parking. Specifically, parking is not a topic that is required as an environmental issue that is required to be analyzed under CEQA. And also I want to note that it's been found that generally reductions in parking do not reduce environmental effects. But I know that my colleague Kirsten Chapman on this call or at this meeting might have a little bit more to add. Kirsten, is there anything else that you want to chime in on?
Hi, I'm Kirsten Chapman. I'm with ICF. I'm helping Jessica with this EIR. And we actually recently completed the EIR for the Willow Village project, and we did prepare a lengthy master response in the final EIR that discussed how parking and environmental impacts are not actually correlated. And we explained why this is not a reason that we can use to reduce environmental impacts by reducing parking. So without getting into those details, that is where we recently prepared the response. And yeah, as Jessica mentioned, it's not a CEQA topic. Parking is not a CEQA topic. And so we generally do not discuss this, but where we will have a robust discussion will be in the alternative section, and we can discuss why a reduced parking alternative would not actually reduce the environmental impacts.
And if you would just take a moment, define environmental impacts, but in the context with which you're using it. When you say would not reduce environmental impacts, what's a practical, or what's an example of that?
Well, so transportation impacts, like traffic impacts, would result in greenhouse gas impacts, air quality impacts, noise impacts, but reducing the parking in and of itself would not reduce the amount of trips to a project site. It would likely result in people driving around neighborhoods looking for parking. They still need places to park. What is better, rather, or not better, but what works generally more, or what does work more than reducing parking, is to have a TDM plan, which is required in the city of Menlo Park, to require the workers on the project site and the residents to take more public transportation or shuttles. That reduces trips, but the reduction in parking generally does not reduce trips, which then has an environmental effect of fewer greenhouse gases and fewer air quality emissions and noise.
Well, thank you for that. And I assure my fellow commissioners, I wasn't leading the witness on that. I didn't know how that was going to get answered, but I don't know, I always want to come back to testing our assumptions. And that was informative for me because I didn't know the answer to that. Okay, so I'll probably come back with another one, but thank you for answering that. Appreciate that, and I'll come back with something else. So back to you, Chair.
Yeah, sorry, that's red meat for me. So, Ms. Chapman, I don't know if you were there at for the Willow EIR, but that the answer then was entirely unsatisfactory. The reason is because of a lot of assumptions about leakage, that there's not alternative transportation, and so therefore people drive around neighborhoods. And we couldn't do reduced parking because we've got parking minimums in Menlo Park, which is what we just talked about with the last EIR. So I encourage you all, when you do this EIR, to be as careful as possible when you're explaining why it doesn't have impacts, because an answer without that is actually misleading. So that's first point. And then secondly, for me, is an encouragement to find a way in the EIR that can actually tackle this question, because it is the one that comes up again and again and again and again and again. And it just came up in multiples of the public comments with concerns of the residents who live nearby right now. So again, I'm tired of EIRs that don't serve the public interest of our community. And I appreciate you all are doing your jobs, and I appreciate you're boxed in by a whole set of stuff. But somebody in this mix has got to do a better job for our community. This is a lot of money and a lot of time spent on these things. So perhaps the alternative is a massively increased TDM plan. And I'm fine to do TDM over parking. If we have a massive TDM plan that says it has to be reduced by 40 or 50 or 60%, and then that's a way to be able to look at, there's an environmental benefit. And then if they want to keep on building the parking garages when there's going to be no cars in them, that'd be a massive mistake, but that's fine, frankly, if that's the answer on this. So, so I'll just go back to my frustration with just about every EIR I've seen in 4 years now. And this one is, I'm concerned, headed in that same direction. So I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate and understand how the way that we have a community that does not have good alternate transportation, and because we have parking minimums, puts parameters for what you all can do on an EIR. But I would really encourage you to find creative ways around that to actually give a document to be useful to the community in understanding what those impacts are and what the benefits might be if we change those patterns and those behaviors. That would be a true benefit to the discussion of this potentially fabulous project that is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Never again are we going to get 62 acres within a block of a train station. And we've got to begin looking at it right with the EIR if we're going to continue to look at it right through the whole project. So I appreciated, Commissioner Barnes, your question, and I assume you knew it was headed toward me on that. But that is the one interest I had, is when you do alternatives on this project, and if there's a no project alternative, again, I hope we don't come back with 3 alternatives that ends up with the Goldilocks porridge in the middle that's just warm enough, because that's just not useful for us. And I hope you can find ways that can make it useful for our community to use this information that you're going to come up with and your expertise to our benefit. Other commissioner input on the EIR in this scoping session?
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. I have to admit, I had the same reaction as Chair DeCardi. I think anyone who has worked in Manhattan, or frankly, even San Francisco, yes, you can drive to your office at 6th and Market and then cruise around and look for a surface spot, but that gets really old. Yes, 60 or 80 people might manage to find street parking spaces until it gets posted 2-hour zones. But 600 are not going to. And I think it's quite counterintuitive for us to hear that reducing eliminating places to park is not going to have an effect with how many cars come into work. And I think we realize that only so many people can take Caltrain, because if you're coming in from Hayward, Caltrain simply doesn't go there. And frankly, if you come in from the Belmont Hills, Caltrain doesn't go there. But a whole lot of people come from San Francisco. A whole lot of people come from San Jose. And if we don't test the waters, as Mr. DeCardi has stressed, we won't have information that we can use. I do not think, if it's true that we are not taking reduced parking seriously because of existing codes, that that should stand in the way, and perhaps this body needs to clarify. When a project comes before us, the result is a change in codes. And the change in codes may be buildable height, it may be density, it may be parking ratios applying to that site. So all items are in flux, and if we can benefit from further information, that would be extremely important. And it may indeed turn out that in real life, if you take away all parking places and have 10,000 people report to work, they'll still drive, then we've learned a very surprising lesson, but I think we have to see it. Thank you.
Other commissioner comments on any aspect of the scoping of the EIR for input at this time? Commissioner Barnes.
And I must apologize. I'm scrolling furiously back up and down in the staff report, and I'm looking for the specific alternatives. And I guess I don't see it laid out. I'm going to ask this question in real time. Is there a specific matrix that talks to the different alternatives that are being discussed, or that will be underwritten in the EIR? What am I missing? And I'll ask this question through staff. Thank you. Excuse me, through the chair.
Karina, would you like me to go first?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. I just want to clarify, we haven't yet determined the alternatives for this project. The typical process is to evaluate the project's impacts and then develop alternatives that would reduce or avoid any significant environmental issues. So to back up a little bit, you kind of see what the potential impacts of the project are, and then you develop alternatives to kind of help the public understand what alternative to the project there would be that would reduce the project's environmental impacts. But also to back up again, there are project variants under consideration, one being the emergency reservoir variant and the other being the increased residential variant. And those will be analyzed throughout the EIR at a similar level of detail as the project. So there's variants and then there's alternatives.
Got it. So the baseline EIR is based on the project applicant's project description in terms of densities and intensity. Is that right?
Exactly. Yes.
Got it. Okay. And this is a unique location in Menlo Park that brings together the live, work, play. So thank you for that. This is a commentary. This is a unique portion of Menlo Park that brings together the live, work, play aspect of our city. And I think the commercial, the office, the commercial pieces of this are very appropriate. And I wouldn't be inclined to see a reduction in that for the purposes, just straight up, from what the applicant has proposed. I think from a master plan perspective, it's a net neutral in terms of space. And I think it's wholly appropriate for this area, for the mix of the different uses for this site and for what it brings to the city. And I wouldn't be inclined to be supportive of a reduction in that component of it. Thank you.
Commissioner Riggs has left for those that couldn't see. Other commissioner comments on this item, which is H1, the scoping for the EIR. To staff, have you received what
I'm
you
sorry,
were
one more
hoping for out
question.
of that this evening? I'm sorry, Commissioner Barnes, please.
Thank you. As it relates to the project itself as being contemplated in the EIR, when we saw the site plan earlier, it had a recreational field at the corner of Middlefield and Ravenswood. And then it seemed to carve out around the church. So my question is the project scope contemplating the church site being part of the project or not part of the project? And that's a kind of a two-part question. One is you've got that parking which abuts Ravenswood and Middlefield, and another is the actual physical structure of the church itself and the parking that's behind it. What's in the project scope?
Is a question of the applicant or of staff? Staff, Ms. Sandmeyer?
Yeah, through the chair, the church is not part of the project site. There is an agreement between SRI and the church to provide some surface parking to the church, and I know I think that's influenced the site plan a little bit to the requirement to continue providing some parking there.
Thank you for that. So through the chair, so the project contemplates a wraparound in effect where you've got, and if we could look at the actual site plan itself, that might provide some quick clarity of this. Can someone pull that up? I think it was on one of the slides in the project introduction.
Yvonne, it was slide 5 on my presentation, if you could pull that up.
Excuse me, Chair DeCardi, I'm leaving the meeting.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Tate.
Okay, so the proposed project encircles the improvements that are the church in a sense.
Yeah, that's right. So the church is its own parcel.
And the parking behind the church, I'm sorry, runs with the project or doesn't run with the project?
That parking is part of the Parkline project, but there's a agreement where the SRI or Parkline is required to provide parking to the church, and maybe the applicant can speak to that a little more.
Please.
Sure, that's correct. Just to add a little more detail. So kind of that white carve out that's on Ravenswood, that's the church owned property. So there's 2 buildings there that are owned by the church, not part of the project scope. However, the surface parking around it is part of Parkline. It's owned by SRI, but the church has a easement to 125 parking stalls adjacent to the church. So we're maintaining that in our project scope as we're required.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you to my fellow commissioners for your forbearance with that question. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Sandmeyer, have you had whatever you need from commissioners on scoping of the EIR this evening?
Yes, if there's no more comments from commissioners, though.
All right. Any final comments or initial comments from any commissioners at this time? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close item H1 this evening. And thank you to the consultants for the presentation, for clearly laying out what's going to happen, and appreciate all the work you're going to be doing. So as we agreed, we need to have a motion to continue item I1. And do we need to do anything in that other than a motion to continue, Ms. Sandmeyer? Do we need to continue to a date certain or anything else?
No, I think just a motion is fine. Motion, second, and vote.
All right.
Yeah.
So looking for a motion to continue item I1. Vice Chair Harris.
Yeah, I have motion to continue I1.
Great. Commissioner Schindler. A second. All right. Any commissioner questions or comments? All right. Of the commissioners present, Commissioner Barnes.
Yes.
Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. Item I1 is continued to a future meeting. To the applicant, again, our apologies and thank you for your time and being with us so late this evening. And with that, that closes our public hearings and study sessions for the evening. We're on to item J, and J1 is our only one. Ms. Sandmeyer, over to you.
Yes, so the next meeting will be January 9th. We don't have all the agenda items determined yet, but that public hearing notice item or public hearing notice will go out before the City Hall closure. So before the closure on after December 23rd. So I believe it will go out on the 23rd. I'm not explaining it in a roundabout way.
All right, got it. Any questions of Ms. Sandmeyer? All right, seeing none, then we'll close J. As I move to adjournment, I just want to thank the planning commissioners. We have met 6 times in the last 6 weeks. Many of these sessions have gone 4 hours or longer. That's double the amount of time we signed up for as planning commissioners, and the commissioners have been present for just about all of that. So thank you as commissioners, thank you as staff for being with us on this, and to members of the public who stayed with us all evening tonight, especially with the interest in this last project. Thank you for being with us, and unfortunately having to continue that into January. And with that, I wish everybody wonderful holidays, a good break, and we'll see you all in the new year. Be well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.